We should be live, so career, next at run, and again, mod-wise, the only actual like mod we're using is Universal Autoloader, which I haven't done anything with yet. These are the DLC for the game, and that's a thing that just lets you change the vehicle color. It doesn't functionally do anything, so it's like we made our trailer orange as opposed to I think it came in red by default. But so far in the run, we've been doing pretty good. We've been starting to scale up our operations so far as the money we're making, which has been pretty solid. We scored it wasn't an amazing harvester, but a relatively good harvester. Pretty cheap for the they have like the random discount stuff, so we snagged that. I am hoping we will get lucky and the main Nexat vehicle will be able to snag that on sale at some point. I don't know the odds for that. There's a lot of vehicles in the game now, and the more you dilute it, the lower the odds of it getting any individual vehicle. And I believe there is some weighting behind what vehicles show up and all that. I don't really know the specifics on any of that because it's just not like it's the kind of things you know, but as a player, that doesn't like it's RNG. There's nothing I can do to really influence it that I'm aware of. So knowing the mechanics behind it doesn't really matter. It's not going to change the way I play the game or my decision making for the most part. Alright, meanwhile, while that finishes loading up, we're going to need to start our music, because I've got the in-game music turned off, because it is just one of those things that when you get in here, yeah, it'll drop off. Okay, so music's all good. Yep, so we're good ways into the day, so yeah, so we've got our tractor. Just to go through our inventory, we've got our tractor, we got our hoe, we've got our cultivator. I do have the trailer here. I've got a winch. We did buy a silo that currently is holding a bunch of oats we grew. We've got our harvester with its header. I believe that's our current equipment, all that we've got for the moment. As far as buildings go, I do have right over here, I do have the sawmill, which is currently turned off. Sorry, I'm adjusting my mouse sensitivity. And then we do have a mushroom greenhouse over here. So the mushroom greenhouse is our pseudo-passive income that I just toss water in there, and it gives me a little bit of a trickle income all the time. I ran out of trees for the sawmill, so it's just shut off sitting there. Because sure, I could sell it, but eventually I'll probably want to buy it again when I need to deal with the next place, so I might as well sit there. I think it costs like 36 bucks a month. 36 bucks a month just to idle. The downside we do have is debt. I've got debt. We've got the debt. We're paying it down. Let's make sure no new sales had shown up. Yeah, none of this we care about right now. Okay. And I believe we had grabbed the good contracts we had for today. Because now I can grab any of the contracts that a regular harvester could do. Those hoeing contracts aren't worth any. I don't care about mowing. Plowing is too slow. Yep, so we got all the contracts out of the way. So we did live stream at the end of the day, and usually a lot of times I'll do at the end of stream is I will just advance the day. Right. And the reason I did it is because my next in-game day, I need to plant my wheat. Which means leasing a seeder and doing that whole thing. Alright. Yeah, so as you can see, the loan cost me $550 I would have made. So that's not amazing. But it is what it is. Alright, so first, is there anything amazing we can grab right now? No. The grape harvester or whatever, no, there's nothing amazing. There's no sales we care about. So we've got harvesting contracts, 800 bucks worth of sorghum. I'm not driving to that side. If we get another contract for another sorghum field or whatever, we could grab that as just like an additional one. Or don't just stand there staring at me awkwardly. It's creepy. Alright, So let's go over here, because the first thing I need to do is our tractor has 230 horsepower. I don't own my own seeder yet. So we're looking for whichever one's the largest that we can handle. So that one's too much horsepower. That one would probably be able to get away with. But honestly, at the price, we're looking at that one, which is the same one we leased last time. I will lease it with the fertilizer distribution unit. So it'll cost me about 2,700. They've heard you had a big tractor. Try to see if the rumor is right. I mean, we have a medium tractor. The stories of my tractor may be exaggerated. Okay. Alright, just double checking. We can plant barley today. And we can plant wheat today. And if we check the prices on these things, barley maxes out about 718. Wheat maxes out at 702. The only thing this doesn't account for is the production rate of a field. Oh, wait. That's probably fine. Alright, so let's switch it to barley. Just because barley's more interesting than wheat, just because everything is wheat. Our existence is wheat. We'll want to switch you over to me being able to steer it. With the grid line and all that. What that should do as well is that should also give the it should also give time for the contracts to maybe give me a better harvesting contract. Now, one downside is we're still short on money. I haven't been liming the field. I don't have the equipment to get extra fertilizer on the field. That's those ones I'm a bit mixed on. When you can buy the equipment, it's a no-brainer. You put down the extra fertilizer, it's a ton of extra money. But where I'm doing this all myself right now, I would need to lease the sprayer. And that's going to cost me a couple thousand, probably. And then put the fertilizer in, and all that. And while fertilizer absolutely boosts the amount of money you get out of a field, would it be enough to justify taking the lease and losing a couple $1,000 over it? If it was a big area, like if I had one of these bigger fields to my right, I feel like that'd be a lot more easy to justify. Or if I just had extra fields. But for just the one, it does feel like, okay, I could do this, but it's probably going to cut into my profit margins, not supplement them. That's at least the way, like, I haven't done the numbers, but that's the way it feels to me, is that I'm not going to get my bang for my buck out of it. But we want to go ahead and keep this going, though, because this is our own field to make money. Oh, I need to show the objectives. We can go over here, boom and boom. Yeah, so those are our objectives we got left, which is to earn $1 million using production chains. My understanding is it's not to have that number above me say $1 million. Like, I don't have to have it in the bank. I have to, over the course of the time of production chains, have made a cumulative total of 1 million. Hey, Belinar, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream and all that stuff? Oh, and a double raid. Who was the other person? But welcome in, Belnar. I do really appreciate that. Yep, already got the shout out and all that. The Penexia. Gotcha. So, making a new friend today. But again, we'll start with Belnar, since I know Belnar. Belnar's another member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Someone I definitely recommend. Plays a lot of, like, survival crafters, indie games, those kind of things. This thing getting caught up on my trailer is not helpful or productive. But yeah, so definitely someone I recommend checking out. You were playing 2 Point today, 2 Point Museum, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely just recommend checking them out for all that kind of stuff. And then once that shout out cools down, which you gotta wait like 2 minutes or whatever it is between the shout outs, we can go ahead and get the other person shout out as well, who again, new friends, always fun to make new friends. That's how networking works. That you get to learn someone new and you go, oh, they make good content. All right, and then you make a new buddy. And you said it was Penexia. Gotcha. So I will ask while I wait for the cooldown. Penexia, what were you streaming? How did it go? All that good stuff. I'd like to get to know you a little bit. And if I'm mispronouncing your name, by all means, correct me. I'd like to get it right. But so thank you so far as bringing in your community as well. I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, let us know what you're streaming. And if either of you have to rain run, I totally understand. Don't feel like you have to stay. Obviously, you're welcome. She was doing... Oh, she's also playing 2 Point Museum. Nice. I'm going to be doing that later on in the stream. What I've been doing the last couple days, because I did like 2 streams or whatever of just going hard at 2 Point Museum, and I really enjoyed the game. But at the same time, I played a lot of Farm Sim in the past, and they came out with their new DLC, and I wanted to do the dare drop so I could get a bunch of keys from my community to give out later. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, this is the time to do Farm Sim, and then we got 2 Point Museum, so I'm doing both. We're doing the whole meme, why not both? So I've been starting my streams out with a little bit of Farm Sim, working on the various dare drop objectives, and then about halfway through stream, switching over to 2 Point Museum, where I am at the point I've got 1 museum to 5 stars. A second museum, I believe, is at 4 stars? I think, yeah, no, I have a second one at 4 stars. And all the other at 2. So working through that. So like I've finished the aquarium. Like I've done everything I can in that one, unlocked every tile and did everything. Let's see. Keys to the DLC or the full game? Both. If we do all of the dare drops, I should have 7 keys to give out that are the full game of Farm Sim 25, plus the Nexat DLC. And I also have keys that I'll be able to give out for the McDon DLC, which is like the weird sort of lawnmower, sort of harvester, really fast tractor thing. That's like a spider-shaped kind of thing. And the CR11, which honestly I couldn't really tell you much about the CR11. It's a tractor. That's what I know about the CR11. So those 2 keys are less exciting, but yeah, full versions. So again, Penexia was also playing some 2 Point Museum, so if you've been enjoying me playing 2 Point Museum, there's a pretty good chance you're going to enjoy Belnar and Penexia playing some 2 Point as well. But yeah, I'm assuming since I don't believe I saw Penexia say it, I'm assuming they've gone to self-care and all that, which is totally fine. But if one of her community members does want to like plug what the channel's like normal content is, absolutely, here's the thumbs up, you know, self promote your favorite streamer. Like you've been given the blessing. Because, you know, it is for someone who does raid, you want to actually be able to say, hey, here's what they're about. But this is my first time meeting Penexia, so it would be fun. Apparently does variety, which makes sense they're doing 2 Point. Let's see, move your stuff into your plot land for more space. I probably should. I'm not too sweating it because we're just going to knock this out real fast. This is the only plot. For those who missed what we're working on, I've got it all on the left side of the screen, which is I need to earn $1 million using production lines. That's actually not that bad, because it's way easier to do that than to get this number up here to $1 million. because it doesn't say I have to have $1 million in the bank. It says I have to earn $1 million, which means over the lifetime of the production, it just has to make it. So if I'm spending the money as fast as it comes in, that's fine, because we're going to be doing that. I need to get 20 of every animal, which there are a lot of animals in this, so we need to get goats, sheep, cow, pigs, chicken, horses. I'm blanking. There's more in there. Goats, pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, horses. I'm imagining the dog doesn't count. I have no problems with getting 20 dogs, but other than them having the zoomies, it doesn't mechanically do much. No, so I didn't start early. Here in the US, we had our daylight savings came into effect. What do horses give you? You can sell the horses, so you can breed them and, you know, grow them up and then sell them, or you can ride them. Horses don't really have a secondary product you can just make money on. I think they might give you manure as well, to make slurry with for fertilizer. I don't think they're good at it, though. Versus, like, the pigs are really good at making the manure, but really the pigs are for growing them up and selling them. That's... spoiler alert for anyone who has pigs. You sell them for food. That's the main purpose of pigs in agriculture. You sell them for food. Yeah, pigs are amazing. They're miracle animals. They turn literal garbage into bacon. And I mean, that is just magic. Let's see. Profile says she's a former Overwatch top 500 player, now variety, voice actor, tries to take every game to the highest level. Will also lighthearted stream. And birds, apparently. Well, that's cool. So she likes to, like, get into a game, get her teeth into it, and, like, really go for it. I can get behind that. I have... Now, granted, I have not been on the Overwatch side very much. I played it, but I never got good at that. I definitely... While you don't see it much on stream with the games I play, I definitely have had plenty of times I've gotten pretty competitive game. Yeah. And burbs. You'll never sell Porkers or Miss Piggy? Hey, that's fine. Let's see. I wonder if you get a posh luxury pork like you do with, like, beer-fed cows or beef. I wonder if that would even make it better. Like, you hear about silly stuff like that where they're like, oh yeah, these animals were fed this other thing to make them taste even better. And you're like, dude, it's going to go into its digestive tracts, it's going to break it down to its basic proteins and materials, and it's going to repurpose those proteins into whatever it needs. It's not like you're going to feed a cow red wine, and it's going to suddenly take on a hint of red wine. That's not how digestive tracts work. You've had pigs, peacocks, chicken, turkeys, cats, dogs, etc. as a kid. You're gonna ask ChatGPT. Cool. We've had some pretty, like, I don't do a lot of ChatGPT because I'm not a big fan of LLMs and all that. But there's times where I go to look up something and you get, like, the big blurb on the top from, like, Google and all that, and it'll just be wrong. Like, not even kind of wrong. Oh man, what was it? I think I was having a discussion, and it was around, like, when the first semi-automatic weapon came into existence. And ChatGPT is like, oh yeah, that'd be like 1954, and you're like, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right at all. I think you're off by 100 years. I'm not exactly a big gun person or anything. I'm not actually that interested in them, really. But it was just a discussion point that came about because, oh man, what was it? I think it had to do with the game where they were trying to present it as a game that was very authentically, like, trying to present the Wild West very authentically. And, like, everyone was running around with, like, everyone was packing heat, and there was, like, semi-automatic rifles. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they didn't have those around that time. I don't think that's real. Which I actually did learn a lot. Like, that revolvers were actually not particularly common during the Wild West years. They were out there, but like it wasn't something like one. When you see the Wild West presented in media, everyone's packing heat, and that's objectively not true. Like a lot of the Western towns actually had rules that you weren't allowed to bring your firearms in town at all. You had to check it with the sheriff's department on your way in. There were ones that wasn't the case, like if they didn't have a sheriff or whatever. But that was a very, very common practice in that time. But they were like, yeah, as far as firearms that people actually carried during the Wild West days, it was very heavily leaning towards very, very heavily leaning towards rifles, because most of the stuff you're worried about was stuff like coyotes, cougars, you know, shooting deer or buffalo or whatever, none of which is a revolver the right choice to deal with it. Does he give your horses beer to make her sweet and she starts overheating? Makes her sweat when she starts overheating. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Iberian pork is most famous high-end pork, particularly from Spain, where the Iberian pigs are fed a diet of acorns, bolota, as well during their final months. Results in rich marbled meat. Yeah, so basically, it's not so much that they take on a nut flavor. It's they're getting fattier foods so that they get that marbled thing. That's absolutely a thing. But it's the stuff where it's like, oh yeah, we feed the animal beer to instill the beer taste in the meat. It's like, that's not how that works. You can affect it by like how fatty the food and that is absolutely a thing. Or like how vitamin rich or whatever. But it's not going to take on the taste of what you're feeding it. Not unless something's really wildly out of there. As you don't know, there's a game on Steam which clearly shows a medieval knight with an M16 Kingmakers. Yeah. But the whole point was this game was trying to present it as like super realistic, you know, like Western. And you're like, there is so many things wrong with this. And I actually don't mind. So, like, people know I don't really give a crap about realism in games very much. It's something I'm very vocal about. There's a difference, though, when you're trying to present something that you're trying to present as, like, historically accurate, as opposed to, like, realistic mechanics. Realistic mechanics, if they come at the cost of game balance and gameplay, is not good. Realism otherwise can be totally fine. But it's like, a lot of times, a game will be, like, the most realistic, and you're like, you just made your game tedious is what you did. You just made it so now I gotta balance my diet and calories and nutrition in a video game where I gotta start calorie counting my character in a video game. I don't want to do that in real life, let alone do I want to get out my ledger to be like, all right, did I get enough vitamin A today? Oh, do I gotta sit down and get myself like an avocado or something? Yeah, of course. That's the difference between Kingdom Come Deliverance and Assassin's Creed. Project Zomboid. Well, Project Zomboid, you really don't have to worry about that, honestly. Like, Project Zomboid, it's strictly calorie rich or calorie not. You don't need to count any of it. Just, I want to gate weight. Alright, start eating fatty stuff until I weigh too much. Okay, I want to lose weight. Just don't eat fatty stuff until you lose enough. So luckily they do that. There is the protein in there, but if you just do your calorie management, the protein will be decent. Just with a few sources of high-calorie food in Project Zomboid. Let's see. Feeding pigs acorn has been around for a long time. Since the large amounts of unused acorns in the forest, pigs can digest them better than humans. Human stomachs don't like acorns. Yeah, no, it's, was it the tannin? That you have to, like, boil acorns a bunch of times to get rid of the tannin. I believe it's tannin. It's a chemical in the acorns that's not great to eat. But yeah, there's other animals who can eat them and just not care at all. Just eat butter sticks, yeah. Yeah, it's like Project Zomboid, for as much realism as it has, it does, like, you're managing your diet and all that is really not that bad. It's just, again, when your character's getting low on weight, Eat more stuff that that's really, really calorie dense. All right, so we want to go ahead and return that cedar because we did lease it. And we're going to run the hoe over the field we just seeded to prevent weeds from going into it. Yeah, apple seeds contain trace amounts of arsenic. Like, it's not you're going to eat an apple seed, you're going to be needing to be shipped off to the hospital. The amount of apple seeds you have to eat before it becomes properly dangerous is pretty significant. And plus, I'm not sure if you've ever tried to chomp on an apple seed. That's a good way to chip a tooth. Those things are hard as a rock. So, you gotta kind of be trying to get yourself there. Plus, they're usually found in the really tough center of the apple, the core. And that's just not good eating. Alright, so let's turn on the steering assist. Let's also check the contracts have probably refreshed by now. Because we might be able to get some good harvest contracts to use that harvester we bought to at least make an extra buck. No, it's terrible. I got $800 here and I'm not driving across the map for that. There's a pretty okay hoeing contract I'll grab. That's just around the corner and hoeing is really fast. Hoeing doesn't work if you don't turn it on. We'll put it down, whatever. Not really that hard. But your brother eats apples with the core and seed. You don't understand why he does it. Some people just have weird taste. Does he mean to cyanide? Yeah, that's not how most of that works. We've had that discussion a number of times on the channel as well. Where we'll be playing against like, oh yeah, you just keep poisoning yourself till you're immune to it. It's like, actually, while there are a handful of poisons that you can do that, where you get trace amounts of poisons that over time your body builds up a tolerance and yada yada yada, that does exist for a very small number of them. The vast majority of them, the danger's in the cumulative. Like when you get to like metal poisonings and all that, radiation, that kind of stuff. You can't just take little itty bitty doses and get it, because the issue is when you get too much over time, that they get into your body and your body just does not have a good way of processing it. So like lead poisoning is typically you didn't just walk outside and grab like a lead spoon and just chomped the end off of it and swallowed it. It's just those little bits of lead you kept getting and getting and getting, and then over time it builds up because your body just doesn't have the ability to process it. You eat the seeds or peel because you don't want to waste? I mean, I have a, what's the thing? Compost. I have a compost bin for stuff like that. Because a lot of those things can be real bad for you. There's like, a lot of the things we don't eat, like seeds and peels for certain things, there's certain ones it's fine. Like, apple peels are totally fine. Orange peels and like citrus peels are actually totally fine. Usually you use that for like seasonings. Or fun fact, if you ever get beers or malts or drinks like that, that are like citrus, so like you get, you know, an orange pilsner or whatever, usually they don't use the fruit because it's hard to ferment it without it getting dodgy. And then plus a lot of times it's just way too strong of a flavor. So a lot of times they actually use the peel. Watermelon rind? I know you can eat that. That one's pretty unappetizing. But see, if you remember correctly, most metallic poisons that medieval rulers tried to get tolerant to had at best the effect that it damaged their intestines and they absorbed less of the poison. You think the case is mercury, but if someone poured mercury on them, it'd help nothing. Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. A lot of those things that people are like, oh yeah, well just keep taking trace amounts of it, you'll get stronger at it. It's like, well, no. there is the sentiment, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And there are cases that that's fair and true. But I would argue there's actually a lot more cases that what doesn't kill you totally jacks up your body's overall well-being long term. And now you've got a new health problem that is long term. And I understand it's supposed to be more about the spirits, like, oh man, you got to that car accident, it was really tough. But like you're tougher now on the other side of it. You're like a stronger person as far as like your willpower or whatever. And sure, there's certainly an amount of truth behind that. But it's also a pretty good way of being dismissive, of being like, no, you got in that car accident, your ankle's all jacked up, and they never expect it to fully heal, and so you're going to have a reduced mobility on that ankle for like 30-something% for the rest of your life. I wouldn't say that made you stronger. If anything, that's definitely been a bad thing for you. It's not life-ending or anything, but maybe if it was a self-inflicted injury from being reckless, then don't do that. The ants. What doesn't kill me gave me trauma. There's that side too. But I've seen people use the what doesn't kill you makes you stronger to be dismissive of other people's plights. It's like, no, don't do that, man. Don't do that. Don't diminish other people's experiences. It's fine to be like, oh, that sucked. It's not a whole lot to add to that. Just, that sucked. I'm sorry you went through it. I can't help you. Like, I lack the expertise or functionality to do more than give my condolences or whatever. Yeah, your ankle surgery left you a lot less nimble. Yeah, for me it was I was the passenger in a car accident in my early 20s. And while it's not 100%, I don't think it ever will be. Like, I'm at the point it's like 98% better. But yeah, and it was a long time. It was over a decade later. You know, certain weather would happen and it would just start to ache real bad. Like, I was able to do that whole thing. It was like, nope, rain's a-coming. Rain's a-coming. I can feel it in my bones. Like I had that. And that's a real thing, by the way. It has to do with pressure differentials. Not pressure differentials, I'm sorry. That's not accurate. Where certain weather patterns will be a high or low pressure system, that the change in pressure that can agitate certain injuries or stuff like it can agitate, for example, like what's the word? Arthritis. That's the one. It can agitate your arthritis and all that because that pressure difference just irritates it. So it's weirdly, that's like, yeah, no, grandma, when she's like, I can tell it's going to rain today, it's like, yep, you can feel that it's a low pressure system rolling through. So even before the rain gets here, you feel that low pressure coming on that's going to bring the rain behind it. Goodbye tries to kill you all the time. It just makes you anxious and tired. Yeah. But yeah, so it took a long time for that to heal. And it wasn't even, like, injury-wise, it wasn't even that, like, it wasn't a serious injury. It was on the spectrum of sprains. It was about as bad as you can get without needing staples put in your muscles or, like, the net. But, like, that's where I learned that muscles heal a lot slower than bones. They take freaking forever to heal. Because I got a really bad muscle sprain because it torqued my ankle sideways, so it tore up the muscles along the sides of the ankle. Whereas my friend in the seat to the side of me, so also in the passenger in the back seat, it broke her ankle in a couple of places. So she didn't sprain her leg. It broke some bones. And so once they get everything set right, she was back up on her feet a month later, like able to walk around, you know, without anything going on, because bones heal real fast. Bones are real good at healing. But soft tissue like muscles and even like especially nerves are slow healing. That they had me in the giant boot and on crutches for like a month and some change, and then they got the crutches gone and I was in that walking cast. Oh my god. I I was very much way past over those crutches, doing the whole like one leg hopping around the apartment, just to not have to use those crutches anymore. I was so far past done with that. You got a nasty sprain a couple years ago, and your ankle is still a little messed up. Yeah, like you can tell something's wrong with it because you do that thing where you can like take your stuff and like kind of, you know, like you can normally you can grab your wrist and turn it, all that. But when you've had that injury, there's just like a little bit of slack in it because the muscles are hurt. And it was one of those things that, yeah, it takes a long time for the heal. For what it's worth, most of the time, it takes a while to get better, but most of the time you will get like 96, 97, whatever % healed up. Which sure is not good as new, but it's so close. It's like one of those things that, again, you kind of only really notice. All right, for 1,000, I'm not going all the way over there. The cultivate, that's actually not that big a field. 2,500 for that? I do actually want that money. Alright. Because we got bills to pay. Yeah, your friend broke their hip. Yeah, no, bones are really good at healing. The only time that bones become a real problem is there's a few specific bones that there's just not a good way to like set it. Like if you actually break like the ball and socket like on your hip, but like to break the ball part of it, I understand that's those ones that there's just not really a good way to immobilize you, that you can't like fuss with it at all. Like they really have to kind of go in and try and really isolate you so far as your movement. I know there's certain bones breaking in your hand are very difficult to deal with. So not the fingers. The fingers actually aren't that bad, but it's like up here farther that are harder to isolate, because like that's the ones where they end up putting the screw through your hand just to really make sure it's not moving. That's usually also the ones where they don't just cast you up. That's usually one of those ones where they're like, okay, we're gonna replace that bone with a metal replacement. It just, because for them to heal well, they gotta properly immobilize them. Yeah, fractures lengthwise on the leg. It's just too hard to get the bone to stop moving. Some of them they can, but it becomes a far more serious and invasive surgery. Versus, you know, you got a nice clean break. Sure, it's an unpleasant time, but a nice clean break, they're like, cool, here's your cast. Lay down. Do you know when you get to stand up? Not today. You lay down and you stay there. Maybe like a day or two later, they're like, okay, let's take a look. But yeah, a lot of those bones will heal up real quick. But muscles are slow and nerves are even slower. That was, going back to like late high school, like 18, 19 years old, I got what was called Bell's palsy. And Bell's palsy is paralysis of the face. And it's apparently it's considered an uncommon thing. So it's actually not that rare. It's like 1 in 10,000 people have Bell's palsy at some point in their life, which when you consider that is really not that uncommon. Like, don't get me wrong, yeah, 1 in 10,000, your odds are relatively good that you don't deal with it. Like, it's not a majority of people. But when you consider populations in the millions and you're talking thousands upon thousands of people get it, that's not an insignificant number. And kind of the scariest part is most of the time you go to bed, everything's fine, you wake up the next morning, and you're like, my face feels tingly. And part of your face can't move. Now, to be clear, your muscles in your face are kind of weird. in that a lot of times when you go like your arm, the muscles that, or sorry, not the muscles, the nerves that control your muscle movement and the nerves that control like your ability to feel heat and your nerves that control like your ability to feel like, you know, pressure and all that, they follow a lot of the same paths. Your face is weird in that you have one set of muscle or one set of nerves that comes around. And I always forget which one's which. That one set comes around for like your feeling, and a totally different route for the ones that do like your actual motor function. And it was just kind of one of those things that people would mistake it that like your face doesn't move, and it's also because they come around like this. Most of the time, Bell's palsy will be half your face is paralyzed, not the other half, which is what I had. But you can still feel your face fine. It's like weird and tingly because your muscles are all in that like they're sleeping kind of half move. So it's not pins and needles, but it's just weird and tingly. And super duper frustrating because it's really hard to not spill things on yourself when, you know, your mouth and your lips are part of your face. So you still have the ability to move your jaw and all that. It's the skin surface that's the thing, because your jaw has nerves that go through the jaw itself. But yeah, it was infuriating to deal with, because you go to sip, and so it's like when you go to the dentist and you get numb. So you're like sitting here, you're like strong, you pinch this side of your face and drink through the other, just so you don't spit all over yourself. Oh my god. And that took months before it was, you know, mostly healed. For like the first like month and a half, zero function. It's also annoying because when your nerves heal, they tend to cause spasms. So when I was finally getting sensation back, my like the corner of my mouth and my eye were like twitching constantly as like those nerves are making those connections again. And you would just sit there in class, you're just feeling your eye spasm again and again. You're like, just stop. Just stop. I'm glad you're healing because it means I'm getting through this. But I'm going to lose my mind with this constant spasming going on. That said, it was fun playing poker with that. I did play poker with my friends, which wasn't a common occurrence. I did play poker with some of my friends while I had that. And it was really funny because we were all joking that I was taking the money from the person on this side and giving it to that side. Because there's not much better of a poker face than one that's got paralysis. For what it's worth, for all the crap that sucked about it, when the face literally can't move, there is no tell you're going to get from the facial expression. Man, that was the whole thing. And for me, we never did figure out what happened. It's just I woke up and my face felt funny. It also upset me that, like, the normal procedure you do when you have Bell's palsy is you basically go, okay, what are you going to do to resolve this? Nothing. We're just going to keep an eye on it. And if it starts to get better after a while, great. If it doesn't get better after a certain amount of time, all right, I guess come back because that's more serious. Sure, that's reasonable for what you're doing. It's not very satisfactory when you're like, half my face is paralyzed. What are we going to do about it? We can wait. It's fine. And you're like, you know what? I would like something slightly more tangible than let's wait and see. Sometimes if it's bad, they'll give you a steroid. Let's say your dad had the one-side face paralysis. You think it might be a sick? Yeah, that's what Bell's palsy is. Most often it's one side. It can be the whole face would still be Bell's palsy, but usually it's one half. The doctor in the hospital told him there was not much to do, and he'd probably have to live with for the rest of his life. He wasn't very satisfied and went to another one who told him to train and exercise to move it again, but the chances were small. He looked for more material in front of the mirror until it was like a year and a half. It was okay. Mine wasn't nearly that bad. So most of the time, Bell's palsy isn't nearly that serious. So my assumption with that, there was like nerve damage had happened, like proper, like he banged his head and like got nerve damage, or there's a lot of sicknesses that'll attack your nerves. For them to say, there's not like you might just be stuck this way, that kind of thing. That feels like there was an additional factor there. But Bell's palsy would be the actual the paralysis, not the cause, but the symptom. Whereas most people, it's not that bad. Most people, it's you get paralysis of the face and it'll last something like 3 to 6 months, because nerves take freaking forever to heal. Even if you're in like peak health, they're just slow. They're just slow. But yeah, no, I could see if they like did an X-ray or whatever. X-ray wouldn't be the right thing. An MRI, maybe? Because you'd be looking at tissue. But yeah, I could see if they looked at it and they're like, oh no, these nerves got pretty jacked up. I could see it being a thing. It's like, oh yeah, that's likely something that's going to be beyond your body's natural ability to heal. Yeah, so I could see that. That to me, what I would assume is probably there's certain illnesses that can happen that'll attack your nervous system, and that's one of the common causes of Bell's palsy. So that would be my guess, because that'd be the kind of thing that caused serious nerve damage like that. I'm not a doctor, by the way. I have basic first aid training that's long since out of date. That's my medical experience. And I also used to be CPR, not certified. I mean, a CPR trained. I don't think it was a certificate. I don't remember. It's been a while. Like, I still remember the whole tempo, and I could do that and everything, but it's just another one of those ones. It used to be the places I work that have the people who do the training come by, and you'd just be like, all right, yeah, well, I want to do that, so let's just jump in on this while we're here. But once that stopped, like, I didn't go out of my way for it. Hello, you're here to OSHA your farm? Honestly, I would say we've been actually doing relatively well on that regard in this particular run. I've certainly done far more curse. Oh wait, never mind. I forgot. 1 second. Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't look down at my legs, we do have on our safety glasses. I do have on the proper PPE. And then we get to our legs. So sandals are the correct equipment for it's probably fine. Toenails not painted. Docking 5 points. Can I get a shout out for Snoot, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Absolutely fantastic and highly recommend. Do you hate it when you do that thing, Snoot? Like I do. I'm referring to this like what's the word? I'm projecting here. Where you do that thing where like, I know I saw this Valheim. That's what I saw you playing recently, if I'm not mistaken. Valheim. But you're doing that thing where it's like, oh yeah, Snoot was totally playing this game. Wait, was Snoot playing that game? What was Snoot playing? I do actually, you've been kind of hopping around. That's probably why I've been having a little, like, why I'm second guessing what you've been playing recently. But again, check out Snoot, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole variety of different games and playing like Valheim, doing RimWorld, doing a whole bunch of good stuff. So absolutely fantastic. Yep. There's all that. So we got that contract done for a little extra money, so we can pay down our debts. But definitely highly recommend them. Good times over there. You saw you draw the wrong way in the street. Another 10 points. I'm okay with this. This is the outcome I've been expecting in my life. Any other ones we want to deal with? No. It was not a bad holding contract, but that's fine. I'll just let people know when you go into the negatives. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it is Pi Day. Which, what are you? Oh, a log transport. That's fair. It is Pi Day. And what me and Tomb have done is we got ourselves a nice, fantastic key lime pie. Repay a little bit more of our debt. Okay. I do enjoy me a key lime pie, especially when it's like borderline cheesecake. Not like the proper authentic one, but like it's a really dense key lime pie. The one we got is a lot more of a proper key lime pie, which is also really good. But like the really dense, thick key lime pie with like a little whipped cream, you're like, yes. Is there anything health-wise redeeming about this? No. No, there is not. Am I going to enjoy every bite of it? Absolutely. Have you ever tried sour cream lemon pie? I have not. Alright, so we've got all that knocked out. We got our barley planted. So we harvest the barley in June. Okay. Nothing more for us to do today that was going to give us good money. Are you kidding the boy? Key lime pie. Keep scurvy away. Oh, key lime pie is amazing. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. It's got vitamin C in it. It's got a decent source of vitamin C. I'm just thinking about the fact that it's like, let's be real, it's like a third sugar. It's a third sugar. Not complaining, mind you. Not complaining at all. So December, we want to sell our oats. We do not care about anything's on the sale here. Contract-wise, do we got anything exciting here? Ooh, $6,000 for a cultivating contract. That's worth mentioning. We've got another $3,000 for corn. If I have multiple corn instances, I'll do that. Otherwise, I gotta buy a header for like $100,000, well, probably like $60,000. That won't make sense. Yeah, $6,000 for a cultivating contract. I'm in. But yeah, for those who missed why we're playing Farm Sim, they got a new DLC that came out recently. It's the equipment pack, and I need to show off this monstrosity. This is effectively a tractor. That behemoth is a tractor-like thing. And when you fully equip it, it looks like a laminator, and you just kind of laminate your field. It is big, but it can do just about everything. We can put down slurry. We can do the harrower. We can cultivate. We can plant seeds. We can do plants. We can hoe the fields to get rid of weeds. We can harvest, all in one machine. And it's wide enough it can do this field in front of me in probably 2 passes. You really want to try key lime pie one day? Yeah, key lime pie is definitely... I know a few people who aren't into key lime pie, but it's not a long list. Okay, that's fine. There we go. We got sorted. Okay, so where is this big field? 87. I think that's way to the south, if I'm not mistaken. Because what are your dad's favorite pies? Yeah, key lime pie is excellent. It's also one of those things. Well, there's certain stuff you get food wise. You're like, oh no, you need to get it fresh from over here. Key lime pie is pretty merciful. That I would say anywhere you can get citrus, you can get a good key lime pie. Like, and citrus does actually ship pretty well. I'm literally gonna, if I just drive straight, we're gonna run into it. Alright, so this will be a fairly large field. You miss your grandma's berry pie? Yeah. Yeah. So you hand that over to the AI for a moment because there's something I need to respond to. Let's see. Part of myself does have a software component to it. Okay. What was wrong with the auto mod? Here, I can allow that through. Let's just say there's a type of pie called a cream pie that also has a secondary meaning that is you'll if you search for it, there's a good chance you're going to be finding adult websites is the way I will phrase it. So honestly, it jumping on that, I'm just gonna allow it. If someone were to pop in here to try and do it, like, you know, be weird and creepy and use it for the other meaning and all that kind of stuff, we'll deal with that. Because I don't imagine that's a common problem on Twitch. I could be, you know, blissfully naive, but I do feel like if that came up to be an issue on the channel, we can nip that in the bud pretty easily. All right, so let's keep looking at our contract options while we're doing that. So I got some smaller cultivating contracts on the west side. I may or may not grab those. It's a shame that's cotton. Cotton is one you get yourself in trouble with, because sometimes you have like that last part of a bale. Jeez. 11,000 to spray the field, and they'll lend me that equipment. The lease is only... Alright. You know what? Let's do it. We're going to borrow the items for that one. Alright. So the catch here is I have no concept of how much liquid fertilizer we need. Yeah, that's the one downside. Liquid fertilizer do cost a lot of money. And we will not be reimbursed for the fertilizer. That does come out of part of the cost of the contract. Wait. That's not the right liquid. I needed herbicide. And you can't return it at cost. At least I don't believe we could return it at all, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, well, how much is the herbicide? At least with something like that, it is a reusable material. Like, it's a material that we're going to use a lot of over time. So it's 2,400 for the herbicide. Oh, I accidentally picked it up again. It's like, where did it go? Alright. I don't want to do this. I'm gonna borrow the money for just a minute. Grab a container of herbicide. Because then on the other side, we can take the money we earn from this to pay back what we borrowed. But yeah, that'll be fine, because eventually I'm going to need the liquid fertilizer for something or other. So my hope is that I'm not going to need a bunch of containers of herbicide. If we do, we do. That's the bridge we'll cross when we get there. How ridiculously fast this thing is. Also, it big. All right. And this is one you can very easily waste a lot of material if you're not careful. I'm going to go ahead and go to this side of the field. We're going to try and be efficient about this. To not use any more herbicide than we need to. There we go. Because I think I can get through the whole field with just one container. Because you're excited for the mangoes in a couple of months? Your tree is full of the little orbses. Yeah, we just had our loquats not long ago. We've not been doing good about like actually doing anything with the loquats. It's definitely one of those things you get a bunch of them, and while they're really cool, they're also known as Japanese plums. But they're really cool. But they got a pit in them, and they've got a rind. So if you're gonna do anything with them, other than just like pop them in your mouth, it's a whole big thing of like blanching them, getting the skin off of them to like put them in preserves or whatever else. They just kind of bother. Okay. Your avocado, mangosteen, and your favorite, passion fruit. Nice. Passion fruit's a cool one because that's a lot of places that can be pretty invasive, which means you can't really waste passion fruit. It's a good one for like if your neighbor puts up an ugly chain link fence and you don't want it to be there anymore, plant a passion fruit near it. It'll be completely unmanageable for them to deal with that fence. Because they'll keep just growing vines up it, and it'll literally weigh it down to the point it collapses. And if they go into your property to kill your plant, then them breaking rules. Only do that if you don't like your neighbors, and that they didn't actually ask you first. A lot of places they'll do stuff that if you're going to be setting up a net fence between you and your neighbor's property, that like you do have to have not a sign off on it, but like some level of discussion about it, because it's just so how often someone puts up like a really awful looking fence and then it negatively impacts your property and yada yada yada. But yeah, no, I've definitely known people to do that. There are 1-year plants here because they freeze to death in the winter. And even in Spain, they have to plant them in a greenhouse. Gotcha. Yeah, down here, once they get started, like early on, if they don't take, they don't take. But once you get them in there, that is a plant that it lives here now. Getting rid of it's not going to be an easy thing. It's not as bad as bamboo. Bamboo is truly awful. Once bamboo gets established somewhere, it's forever bamboo. You can burn it, you can poison it, you can salt the earth, and it just keeps coming back. Permanently getting rid of bamboo is just such a thing. Yeah, passion fruit flowers are amazing. They're like really alien looking flowers. But yeah, there's like these giant purple flowers that there's like weird like little yellow tendrils that stick out of them. Bamboo shoots are tasty? They can be. But it's a mistake a number of people make, is planting bamboo somewhere in their property just because they like the way it looks or whatever, and then not realizing they've just given them a situation that they're not going to be able to get rid of them. And they have those runners that stick out of the ground. They're like a big spike. Then you get your tractor, like not tractor, you get like your lawnmower over it, just tears up your tires. Come on, give me the last little bit percent. Aw, man, I'm gonna almost certainly have to buy a second container of herbicide. It's gonna be real close. Yeah, you need no runner varieties, use a board and everything. Oh yeah, no, it's a whole thing. But so you just planted a Asian pear, several varieties grafted onto one stem. Some kind of apple sister. Now you've got very closely supervised your mom's German Shepherd. All right, so here's hoping that I do one pass in this outside edge with our last 4% of this, and that'll be enough. Because we can get that last little bit done, then I don't have to get a second thing of herbicide. Because we have to get the second thing of herbicide, that's gonna be another $2,400 I'm not getting. It's not looking promising. It's gonna be real close though. Okay, so we can change the width here. We cut really narrow. We only need 1 more %. So we cut down really narrow here. Because that'll reduce the rate we... Cool, contract done, and I got 55 liters to spare. Buku buckaroos worth of that, considering it was a container of 2,000 liters. In this particular case, you'll actually get some money back for what you leave in the vehicle. Not much. 55 liters is basically nothing. I'm just going to leave it in there. So contract. Complete that. Yeah, so it gave us like 50 extra bucks. Alright, so that's good news. And we can take that now. No sales I care about. We can go back to where I took $5,000 out to pay for the stuff. And we use that to take $10,000 off our loan. So a net benefit of the 5. Was there another contract we could do? Don't really care about those ones. Because some of these, yeah, like this one appeared since the beginning, but like $500 to drive all the way over there isn't worth it. And that's the second one that need the other header. Not enough to justify buying the header though, or like leasing the header and all that. If we get the Nexat though, that could be a big thing, since I could just use that, because I have to use each and every one of the different pieces of equipment as part of the dare drop, and they're outrageously expensive. But it can be one of those things that I pick up the header, and then from then on the rest of the game, I basically got the largest vehicle that can do that process. There's Mom George Sentinel running outside because he could easily destroy them at one moment. Go, oh, stick. He loves him some sticks. Upright, ground, grab, yank. He's done it before. Yeah. Yeah. There's another plant a lot of people make mistakes here in Florida is we can grow like bananas and plantains and all that here. And you'll have a lot of people be like, oh, I'm going to get a banana tree, which can be a perfectly good plant to get. The thing you got to keep in mind is if you don't actually take the time to harvest the bananas, banana bushels are big. Like, where you get the cluster of bananas, they're like this giant thing like this big of just bananas coming down in waves. If you don't get to that and it falls down on the ground, that is a big freaking mess. And they'll usually plant like 2 or 3 of them or whatever, because they're like, I love bananas, we'll put those there. And it's not bad. A lot of people who know what they're doing, they'll put them like right, like if you have like a retention ditch or whatever behind your property, you'll put the banana trees right along that thing, so if it does make a mess, who cares? It's going into like a water ditch or whatever. But you have people make the mistake of planting them close to their house, and then again you get this giant heap of bananas hits the ground and just splats. and then starts to rot, and it's just a mess. Just a real big mess to clean up. They are good plants to grow, though. They're also weird. For those who don't know, bananas are a type of grass. So while you call it a banana tree, it's not really a tree. It is just through like selective breeding and everything. You've effectively taken a grass and you just kept growing it and growing it and growing it in a direction where the seeds are just giant. And it's just like a weirdly large grass variety. But as such, to actually get good productivity out of your bananas, it is just a thing that after your season, you kind of just take a machete all the way down to the base of it and just hack it down to being a really short stump. And then let it grow. So bananas are a grain? I believe so. I believe grass would be in the grain thing when it comes to actual seeds. Like that I'm not as confident in, but yeah, it's wild. Like they are a plant that like when the season's done, you hack it down. Not like all the way down to its roots, but you hack it way down and just let it regrow from then, because it'll regrow fresh and green again, and that gives it a lot better chance to produce better fruit and that kind of stuff. But they're pretty fascinating plants in that regard. There's a bunch of plants that's true, that to get the highest yield, you literally just hack the plant down to... Sometimes it's like way down to almost the ground level, sometimes it's you knock it down about half its height. It varies plant to plant. Versus other plants, you know, you do a little cleanup pruning, you just kind of get the little suckers and all that off of that, so you don't have a bunch of branches that aren't going to do any good. Let the tree or whatever breathe. But yeah, it's interesting to get into that kind of stuff. Just how varied dealing with different plants are, so how you like cultivate it and all that to get better yields. But my understanding is they're a low effort plant. You kind of put them back there, you give them what they need to thrive, and then you leave them alone, and then bananas happen. That's actually, I like, if you're in a place that you can grow pineapples, I like pineapples, because as far as effort in plants, pineapples are one of the lowest as well. You take the top off a pineapple, so you get your pineapple, you hack the top off, you stick it there, you put a little dirt on it, wet it, and then you walk away. Come back a year later and you get your pineapple. And then if you're smart, you take that pineapple, you hack the head off of it, and you plant that, and now next year, you get 2 pineapples. And then you get where this is going. The next year you get 4 pineapples, and the next year you get 8 pineapples, and you just keep going. But you gotta do a little bit if your soil starts to get dry or just bad, but it's just one of those things that for the most part, you don't gotta go by and water it constantly. You're not gonna be like closely monitoring the various nutrients in the soil. You don't have to like really babysit it. There's not very many pests that go after pineapples. It's not none, but it's not a lot. Like most of the pests you worry about are like raccoons and bigger things, like when the pineapple's fully ripened or nearly fully ripened, they'll go after it. You live in Canada. Can you grow a pineapple? In a greenhouse. But no, if you're someplace that gets a decent freeze, then yeah, it's not going to make it. Yeah, pineapple leaves get used for a lot of stuff, too. Kauai, can you grow a pineapple? No, definitely not. That's ridiculous. Why would you even consider that? Honestly, anywhere in the tropics to just a little bit into like the milder temperate, you can probably grow pineapple. Once you get in the temperate area, that's where you start having to be a little bit. Not many pineapples in Norway? I would imagine no. All right, so you can go ahead and turn in this contract. That's another 6,000. I'm not gonna worry about those 2 little cultivating ones. Yeah, and the only harvesting that we could do here is this little one for 800 bucks. It's not even worth me driving because it's the far end of the map. And then there was the two that need a header I don't have. And I don't think buying the header is worth it for that little bit. So let's go ahead and let's check our production lines. You're doing fine. Yeah, because you're doing fine on water. And I wanted to go in here real fast and pay down our loan another notch. Because every single time I pay down the loan, that's saving me like 50 bucks a month. It's not a lot of money, but over the time of basically forever, it'll get better. See, probably as long as you have good light for them that provides full spectrums. Yeah, that's always a catch. A lot of places will have UV blocking lights, and you can't grow most plants with those. It's only if you get like here in the US, we got a lot of really crap windows that a lot of places will come with by default, and those don't let you grow, or those will let you grow stuff inside. But a lot of other places, they understand that you want to block like infrared and UV and all that to keep your indoors cooler and all that stuff. Or not necessarily cooler, but deal with less of that. Yeah, so we're getting into the winter, so we're not going to have much in the way of contracts. Because I want to say, as far as harvesting goes, yeah, we basically have no more anything to... Well, no, we got a couple things you can harvest. But nothing I'd want to harvest. Yeah. There's not much for us to do in this in-game month. So we go ahead and pass on to the next month. And this is a good month because this is the month we sell our oats. This should be the month we can get the most out of our oats. And that should give us a little bit of an influx of money. And again, I'm checking again and again for, like, can we snag the next ad stuff, that kind of thing. All right. Yeah, pineapple's super acidic. It's good. It is well as one. You got to be careful about eating like way too much raw pineapple. It can hurt your mouth and all that. All right. We can go ahead and get all the oats out. Let me check our prices real quick. So oats. And farmer's market it is, so we'll tag that place. They're gonna give me the best price, so they're gonna get my goods. So we got just over, so when they give me those prices, it's for 1,000 liters, if I'm not mistaken. So with that, we should get about 9, so probably a bit shy of 10,000. You need to buy a mini banana for your living room again. The last one died while you're in the hospital. Gotcha. But see, it's not as acidic as citrus. It's the enzyme, and it breaks down if the fruit has been pasteurized, if you remember correctly. Canned pineapple doesn't bite back. Yeah. Like, it's not some serious health concern. It's just one of those things that being mindful when you're eating raw pineapple to be like, hey, don't just start packing away 2 or 3 pineapples. You're gonna really upset yourself. Yeah, the top one was a bit higher, but it's the railroad tracks. So it's a whole big thing where you gotta rent a train and all that. So there's some overhead. $10,407. Not too shabby considering it's a tiny little field. We'll definitely need to get more land to best utilize things. It's a lot of times I try to get the basic equipment to do all the processes, and then I expand that. Look over your screen for a moment, thought you're playing State of Decay because of all the muddy colors on the screen. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, I know exactly. Ruthan, that's basically what it's referring to. Is it'll upset your stomach, it'll upset your mouth, cause you to bleed and all that. Like eating pineapple fine is just one of those things. It's if you just really, really send it on eating a lot of pineapple, you can like have a real rough time. It's kind of like where the people will eat like that sour powder, and if you just eat too much straight, it can just mess you up. It's the same kind of thing. Not the same mechanic, not the same like way it does it, just in regards to you eat this thing, and if you overindulge, your body is upside spaghetti. The difference though is that sour powder does not take much for it to be a bad time. Alright. We got nothing new there. We can go to our finances, pay down the loan some more. You're doing fine on water. I probably don't have any contracts worth mentioning right now. That's a fairly small cultivating contract for the pay. I believe that one's nearby the other one, so we can get ourselves like an extra $3,000-$4,000 real quick. Yeah, I think that one's just literally north of the other one. Because I'm trying to low-key make sure I have enough money. That way, if we get lucky and the next like the actual machine shows up as being on sale or whatever, that we're just ready for it. Okay, so 32 is, I believe, just north of us. Because we can score that where I buy it used. That would be the dream. I'd have to take out a huge loan, but it'd be one of those things I could take out the big loan, pay it down, and that we could start like grabbing one piece of equipment off of it for, you know, one after the other. And we'd be able to get that set up, and then we'd be eventually able to do all of the processes and do that on the cheap. Not the cheap. For what its normal price is, the cheap. Okay. Because like if I get the cultivator on it, a field like this would be 3 passes maybe, like 2.5 passes. We'd be able to knock out a bunch of these little contracts super fast. And I should be able to just make a lot of money. The downside is I'm sure operating is probably super cost prohibitive. Like I can't imagine it gets good gas mileage or anything. All right. The downside of the next ad is because it's so big, turning around on the edge of fields is rough. And there goes your husband passed out and snoring. That do happen. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to get myself a new drink. Man, we've actually been making some good progress. I was just looking at the time going, oh, wait, we're not actually that far into stream for how much, oh, I see. For how much we've made so far as knocking down our debt. All that kind of stuff. Because I'm used to playing in, like, the ridiculously try-hard, sweaty economy settings, not allowing loans and leases and all that garbage I'd normally do. But for this one, because we're just trying to get all these objectives done so I can get keys for everybody, like, we're not doing our normal challenge sweaty settings. My normal challenge runs, it's literally you go through a run, and in the entirety of the first year, like, I'll be able to get a singular greenhouse just to start it. And that's with us, like, having the character wake up and just work on logging or mowing grass from sunrise to sunset, you know, literally like 2-3 hours worth of gameplay to barely scrape by. You wonder what the in real life maintenance costs are for the Nexat system? You bet it's not cheap. Oh, I am sure it's not cheap. Especially when you have those systems like that are fairly new tech. Usually early adopters of new technologies are not getting a particularly efficient version of it. It hasn't had the time to go through its, like, trials and find the good and the bad with it. Figure out the pain points and really narrow it down. We'll see. I know when we were hanging out with Ultra and Robo Milker, that it was kind of one of those things. It's like, you know, how many people actually purchase this kind of equipment, and it didn't seem like it seemed it was more an interesting idea and novelty kind of thing. That it's just it's much harder to justify it versus buying, you know, a tractor that you can put a bunch of attachments onto it and that kind of thing. Because in a lot of ways, that's what it is. It's, in kind of a bunch of ways, it's effectively a glorified tractor. It's just a little bit more versatile, and the big benefit is just because of the sheer scale of the thing. You're not driving over your own crops nearly as much. You don't need nearly as many lanes through your fields to do stuff. You know, a friend who's a farmer says the only thing cheap about farming is what they pay you for your crops. Yeah. Like, I am not super knowledgeable on agriculture and the economics behind it. I do know, at least from kind of listening into, like, Ultra and a bunch of the dairy farmers and all that, that, there was a joke is, how do you know that you're dealing with a dairy farmer? That they're in debt. Because I guess it's just such a cost-prohibitive thing to get started on that you have to borrow a lot of money. And it can be really tricky to make that money back. Not that you can't succeed, it's just my understanding is it's pretty brutal. That's also one of the reasons why, depending on where you're at in the world and the local laws and subsidies and yada yada yada, that you do have a tendency for people to lean to certain crops just because those crops, even if they're not necessarily where the demand is, just because the economics around it still make it work out better than necessarily taking the risk on something that's higher demand. Because it is one of those things that being like, oh hey, I'm gonna grow this exotic crop that should be able to grow here. Like, people really want it, but you don't have as much guarantees if, you know, if it doesn't pan out. It's way tougher versus, again, with stuff like subsidies and insurance and all that, doing something that's far more, like you're doing, you know, wheat, soy, whatever, corn. A lot of those ones, there's lots of things that, like, insurance will be a little bit better with you because It's something that's easier for them to quantify. A lot of countries do have subsidies for farmers for a lot of those things. That, again, if things don't work out, like, it's just a cold year for whatever reason, that's something outside your, control. It doesn't hurt you quite as bad as, like, if you didn't have those protections and you have a bad crop and then suddenly it's not just a loss, but it's like a catastrophic loss. I also know it's supposed to be extremely hard to be a smaller farmer. Because, like, the larger and larger and larger you've got your farm and the more varieties of stuff you're in and the more areas your farms are located in, that also mitigates risk for its own reasons. If you have, like, bad flooding in one place but not the other place, okay, that farm didn't do good this year, but maybe that other place is going to carry the torch, as it were. Keep the lights on. It's not a, like, there's parts of farming I think I would really love to do, work-wise. There's a lot of it I wouldn't. Like, I know it's back-breaking labor, and I'm not super excited about that. I've done plenty of, like, very manual jobs. They're very physical jobs, and they've been fine. But it's definitely one of those things that I wouldn't want to do that every day. Put my body through the ringer. There's a lot of things that can just absolutely make or break your entire business that, again, is completely outside your control. Like, if it's just a cold year, like, what are you gonna do about it? It's just a cold year. You just you make less money because your crop yields are down, or even worse, if you have, like, a really cold year and actually kills off your crop. There's just so many variables about it I wouldn't like. At the same time, like, actually growing things, I've loved gardening. So I do like the plant care side of it, doing a bunch of that. That can be very fun and interesting. But yeah, just the scale and how much effort it takes and the many rogue variables you just don't have control over. You can kind of mitigate them, plan for them a little bit, but you can't fully get rid of them. Nah. Okay, so 90 is way down there. I've had on both sides of my family, and then also on Tomb's family, we've had farmers in our past. Just not for me. It's really sad to hear about the farming industry, since before the Industrial Revolution, about 80% of people were seen as some type of farmer. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things, is that productivity of your farms per acreage has massively grown over the years. That's one of the reasons why when you hear, like, you'll hear it was the plot, one of the plots for with Thanos, that they're like, oh yeah, these food shortages, if we just reduce the population, it won't be as bad. And you'll hear that parroted a lot because people are oversimplifying the economics around it, all that. And the reality is, even the farms we have right now, no additional farms, no advancement of technology. Even if there was nothing there, that already, what we already have existing, can feed literally the world's population for at least the next 40 years with, again, no advancement required, no improved efficiency, just keeping things as they are now. Like, the food production is not a problem. The issue we run into with a lot of that stuff is actually logistics. You know, you make your food on the farm, and then getting said food to where the people who want to eat said food are located. Because by the nature of farms, they need big, wide open space. You're just not going to have high population density out in the area where you need low population density to accommodate a bunch of space for agriculture. So you do got to ship it into cities and suburbs and yada, yada, yada. But it is kind of one of those things that, historically, with, like, not having nearly as much like advanced technology, not being able to use the land nearly as efficiently, and all those things. We just needed a much larger percentage of our population producing food of some form or another to meet the demand of the population, because the amount of crop per acre we could produce was just nowhere near what it is now. It's also become a thing that there's the economies of scale of being the giant farming corporations. It's just hard for a little person to compete, because if I've got all these giant pieces of equipment who could just do things more efficiently, because again, there's a very real reality that economies of scale, I can just do bigger projects with the equipment and make a lot more efficient from my cost standpoint. Same thing. You know, yeah, I'm gonna put some more time, love, and care into growing my tomatoes versus the giant corporation pumping them out by the bunch. But when it comes time to the store shelf, what percentage of the people are willing to pay the extra 20, 30, 40, 50, 100% to get those more, like those higher quality tomatoes and all that you know, individually put more effort into, versus again, where I could just pump them out on a much larger scale because I've got, again, efficiency of scale. And I'm not saying it's like they shouldn't, but there's a reason a lot of things have been moving the way they're moving. And I don't think it's all good news, to be clear. I do think there's a lot of value in having more different players in any industry. The classic, the fewer people you have competing for your business, so far as like, you know, the fewer people growing stuff, the more they can kind of abuse their position and charge you more and do all those kind of things. Like in a world that all the little farmers and a bunch of these like mega corporations were here and we just had like the one giant mega corp, it'd be very easy to be like, okay, well, tomatoes are now $20 a tomato, and you'd be like, well, I'm not paying that. But in a world where you didn't have someone else to go to, that's the break. Now, granted, there's one thing that food prices are regulated a lot in that regard to prevent that kind of abuse, but you know. Because otherwise you'd have someone corner the market on something that's a bit of a human necessity, and then suddenly, literally they can charge anything you want, and your only answer is, yes, sir, and I'd like to have another, because you get no choice. That's the thing about human necessities. Now, granted, fortunately, at least here in the US, we're not nearly anywhere near that situation. We do have some pretty big companies, but at least there's a bunch of pretty big companies that compete. Cough, healthcare, cough, yeah. Yeah, to a certain degree. The healthcare, in a lot of ways, still doesn't fall on the monopoly side of things. Like, there is some monopolistic practices, but that's just more a whole bunch of big companies all not having formal agreements to not shake the boat, but just not shaking the boat. It's the same thing with, like, what's going on with telcos so far as, like, your wireless carriers. That, generally speaking, it's not like they all got together in some boardroom and said, hey, we're all going to raise our prices at the same rate, alright? Because that would literally be against the law here. But it's kind of one of those things that you don't need to communicate, where it's like, if they raise their price a couple of bucks, that within a couple of months, so do all the other ones. No discussion needs to be happened to, like, kind of, you know, it's like, no wink nod needs to happen to be like, here's the deal, like, obviously, there's only, like, 3 or 4 of us. Let's not rock the boat here. Like, as long as none of us are going and trying to, like, really steal the customers from the other one, we all win. Because they can all gouge us. And who are we going to go to? The cost to set up a new telco is extraordinarily prohibitive. And then we get into stuff like wireless communications, how there's a finite range of frequencies we can use. And there are frequencies that are better and worse for those purposes. that literally there's just not space for a competitor to move in. The amount of upfront costs they would have is just so incredibly prohibitive. It's not realistic to start one up nowadays. Not without some type of regulation or intervention or something else like that. But that requires something to be enough to warrant effectively breaking up one of the major telcos. In fact, like what happened to Bell back in the day. But again, it's just one of those don't rock the boat. The dude / triopoly kind of thing. Because that's kind of one of the things with like the telcos, especially like even if you go off to like the Metro PCS or like those budget line systems, you're still just going through T-Mobile or AT&T, and that you're just getting the really watered down version of it. But you're still effectively paying through them, even though like Metro or whatever, there'll be like a different company, like a different parent company under it. You know, a good 60% of their spending is just literally paying the primary telco for usage of their equipment, like the lines and all that. They're just even when you go to the competitor, you're still paying the primary one for the most part. Okay, so we did get that, so that's another repayment. So it'll be another $50 you don't have to worry about. We're doing fine. I don't think we want to do... I'm trying to just not repeat the cultivating contracts again and again. I mean, these are really good ones. I wanted to not do those ones again. All right, so you got 14 and 10. We'll do them because that'll be like another 10,000. Hi. I did not see that you were asleep. All right, so we can go here. So I got field 88 to the south, and these two up here. Hey, Red Hawk Black Sheep, thank you so much for the raid, bringing a party of 3. How was your stream and all that? What were you playing today? Hope you had a good time, and welcome in, Raiders. In just a second, I'm going to take 2 seconds to step away and use a restroom. We'll get there. How is the farm? It's going good. We are paying down our loans real fast, hoping to get the Nexad equipment that we need to show off to show up on sale. In the meantime, we're just continuing to try and grow the farm. Like, if I was strictly trying to produce money as fast as possible, we would probably do, like, the whole cheese strat where we slap down a solar panel, we fast forward time a couple of months, slap down a solar panel, fast forward time a couple of months, slap down a solar panel, fast forward time a couple of months, until we're making, you know, like, $20,000 every day. Which is a completely reasonable thing for you to do on your own time. It's also completely reasonable if you just want to give yourself the money. But we're trying to do it legit and all that. But we are, because so the giving ourselves the money, I'm imagining, would break the rules of the dare drop. They didn't specify any of the other stuff couldn't be done. It was just I had to start myself with certain settings. Alright, so while the AI does this real fast, I do apologize about where it's like raiding in. I'm going to immediately step away, but I need to use the restroom real fast, grab myself a new drink. So I'm going to do that real quick. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. In the meanwhile, you can watch the tractor do tractor things, and I'll be right back. All right, and I am back. The tractor is tractoring. That it is. All right, so we can go here, and I will take over for the AI. So I'm not paying them any more than I have to. I'm gonna switch to doing the headlands as soon as we get around because it kind of bothers me that they do the headlands fast or last a lot of times. And you can change a lot of this, but part of the reason we're doing this is like another $6,000. So that'll be 2 more payments to get the loan down. Because I want to avoid being, so like, to make the most money, I could take on a lot of debt, buy a whole lot of things that can generate cash faster, and then use that to pay it down. But I'm also leaning towards, if I can snag the next at on the cheap, that's well worth my time. And the only way that happens is if I have enough money that I can, you know, I can grab all the loans to pay it off, or to buy it up. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. But we'll see. Because also, like, I can't really go much bigger with the cultivator without getting a bigger tractor, without getting a bigger... You get the idea. So it ends up being a thing, it's like, I want to scale up my tractor, or my, my stuff here. Okay, well, now I need to buy, like, a $200,000 tractor, and then to spend another $100,000 to get the bigger cultivator. And it'll take us a long time to pay that back. Sorry. First, if I could snag this next at... Yeah, because I need this thing. That's 655. I can catch it on sale. I can probably get away with that for about 300,000, which we can definitely take enough of a loan to get that. And then after that, like, it'd probably be one of those things that would get like a piece of equipment on it, start going around doing all the contracts, to just start knocking down the loan as fast as we can from that. You know, to then get the next piece of equipment, repeat the process. You know how this goes. Because the good news is the interest payments in Farm Sim are pretty mild, all things considered. We definitely want to knock it down, though, and try and get the equipment as quickly as we can. One of the other things we should probably do, is I can put together the money, is get a production line up, any production line, so I can start working towards the $1 million from our production lines. And considering we're going to be doing the next at, if we look at the crops the next at can do, so let's go get our actual harvester. So it could do all the grains, it could do canola, it could do soy. Soy doesn't have a production line by default. So yeah, it's basically all the grains, soy, and canola. So oil, flour, whatever. Or it could do the corn or sunflower. Sunflower is also oil, and I believe the corn you can make cereal with. Most likely, even though it's the production line I've done the most times in the past, realistically the production line we're going to be doing is we're going to be putting down a flour mill, taking all those grains, turning into the flour mill to make flour to up the value of those grains, and then turning around from there, and then taking that and making into bread, because again, it's just a straight line from that across. And I just put down the buildings, and each time you do that, for those who haven't played Farm Sim, every stage you do on the production line, it's not precise, but it's usually around 1.5 times what you, like, the value. So if I put like $100 worth of wheat into the flour mill, I will likely get about $150 worth of flour out of it. And if I then turn around and I put in $150 worth of flour into the bakery, then I'm gonna make whatever, like the $275 or whatever. No, it'd be more than that. Yeah, like $275, whatever, and comes up being worth of bread out of that. You know, give or take. So it is a way of, like, massively increasing the value of things. And so a lot of those processes that have more and more stages to them end up being really good. Like, if I understand correctly, I'm under the impression that the cake and the cereal can actually be extremely lucrative, but it takes a lot to set those up. Because if we look at the production line for cake, We can go here, construction, factories. So somewhere in here. Yeah, so we're looking for it. I believe it's just the bakery. Yeah, so the cake, it's, what is it, like flour, strawberries, sugar, butter, milk, eggs to make cake. So you've got all of that stuff comes together, and then the cake, my understanding, pays out pretty freaking well. It's just a lot goes into that, because that means you have to have cows, you have to have chickens, you have to have a grain. You have the dairy from the cows you need to bring both as milk and as butter. You have to have a greenhouse for the strawberries. So it's a very involved thing. If you want to make a pretty cake, yeah, you gotta do the cooking by the book. Yeah. What? Alright. But that's a big, another big thing about the production lines that you have the advantage of is right now it's a little annoying to try and store my grain. We got that little silo. But almost all those production lines have an internal storage to them. And usually a lot of them, they can store almost a full year's, if not better, worth of stuff. So it can be you just literally dump all your crop into there. And you can choose to either hold on to all the goods, wait till it hits peak price and sell it all at once for the biggest payout. Or if you want to be able to continue like investing in yourself as you go, you can have it do like that trickle payout, where then the advantage there is like, okay, well, I can wait to get, say, $200,000 out of this. Or I can make my 150 by like letting it go higher and, well, probably close to like 175. So I lose a good chunk of the total value. But because I get a bunch of it earlier, I can buy that next piece of equipment earlier on to improve my efficiency on doing stuff earlier on, to then in theory get more, or just buy more land, hit the 100,000, buy another field, and because of that get a whole extra field to add in the next year. So sure, I could get a better rate, you know, time invested versus money out for the existing crop, but I could also potentially get more crop faster. So there's not like a definitive, this is the right choice, you know, sell it now, do it later. It really depends. Now, granted, with the fields we're looking at, we're probably, like the field I've already got, I'm probably looking at the difference of, I could take it from 10,000 a year to like, if we got the sprayer and all that, I could probably get it to like 15,000 without more land. And then with a production line, probably get it closer to like, you know, little over like maybe around 20,000, somewhere in that ballpark. Get a second production line in there and get it to like 30,000 for that little field, give or take a couple thousand. So we could definitely get a lot of mileage out of that. But then again, if it's going to cost me, you know, well, and if I get the second process, then it'd be like 45,000. But like to get myself the actual granary that's big enough to be worth mentioning, sorry, flour mill that's worth mentioning, I think costs us like 125,000. Which is always the catch-22, is there's a upfront investment into getting your production lines up. It's also another thing that the temptation of just buying more fields. So in game time, like what month you're in, that could be a no-brainer if you're trying to do it as little in-game time as possible, because you get to slow down the in-game time, and just, you know, the more fields just is a direct increase, like an additive increase in that. So if I like double my acreage, I'm doubling my money. Whereas in real lifetime, like actually doing the processes, if I speed up or slower time, it doesn't change the speed at which the job actually gets done in real life human hours. So if I double my field, I've doubled the time it takes me to do that. I'm still making roughly the same per hour money throughout that whole thing, with some wiggle room. The catch there would be then if you could buy the bigger equipment, you can do it faster and therefore go faster and all that, yada yada. As well as comparing like how much time I'm actually doing the labor to get the thing versus how much is just trying to get through time doing stuff in support of your tasks. Fast forwarding time, that kind of thing. Which is the one interesting benefit from the Nexat stuff is I imagine a lot of processes it's not going to be the literal fastest, but I do imagine a lot of them it's going to be pretty high up there within like the top 3 of the fastest for those, just because of the sheer size of it. Okay, you had an early morning because you got woken up at 4 a.m. by your brother-in-law being taken to the hospital by paramedics, and a long day and no naps because you had to take care of your family's dogs and cats by yourself. Your fatigue is hammering you flat now. Brother-in-law is okay now. It was an eye thing. He saw an optometrist and has a prescription to get adjusted. Gotcha. All right, Kanahawk, you have a good one. I do appreciate the lurk, and I do hope, like, you know, with everything with the prescription, all that goes well. Okay, we shouldn't have to get through this whole next row to get this one. This is the big field that we signed up for. That's like almost $6,000 or whatever it was. I'm just gonna have to, like, nick this row a little ways. So next field we're doing is straight up from us at 10. Let's cut across here. Meanwhile, I can turn in this contract for 5,300. Don't care about any of those other contracts. And these other two should go relatively quick. And the reason we're doing that is now I can go here and I can repay a little bit more of that loan. And again, every time I do that is every single month forever that I save 50 bucks. And so, yeah, again, it takes a while for that to add up, but it does add up. And I want to have the credit line for if the next ad stuff shows up. Yeah, I can't handle it. I was actually looking at that cedar a couple times now, being like, okay, maybe we could do that, but the tractor I have is 230 horsepower, and you can actually get away with stuff that's a little higher horsepower than you can actually handle. Like, if this thing's 230 horsepower and I find a piece of equipment that requires 250, I can probably get away with that. Like, some of the hills it might be a little whiny about, but you can usually make it work. But when you're talking a difference of like 40-50%, where we're going from 230 to 300 horsepower. What's the next building? A piece of equipment? So right now, some of the things I would be potentially looking at would be if we see, like, part of it's going to be watching to see if we get a sale that's lucky. If we get the wagon that lets me put down solid fertilizer and lime, that would be worth grabbing if I can catch it on sale. A cedar would not be a bad one either, to get ourselves a cedar appropriate for this vehicle. If we can snag the Nexat itself, like the main vehicle, on the discount, we'd do that. Because that's the reasons I keep checking this, is for the discounts. The problem is a lot of these things, I mean, that one's actually possibly doable. It's over our horsepower by about 40, which is still not nothing. It'll probably be one of those ones that we start going uphill and we'd be able to work. It would just chug pretty hard. Oh, hang on. Let's get over this. But yeah, so for the moment, it's partly paying down our debt to be ready in case we get a really good deal pops up. That's one thing we're working on. And then the other thing would be trying to get our hands on a cedar a fertilizer / liming vehicle to increase the yield of the fields we do have, that kind of thing. But ultimately, the big one would be potentially getting a hold of the Nexat. Because if I get the Nexat, then literally I've got my endgame tractor equivalent. And we'll go horrifically into debt doing it. And then as we go, I can start picking up the various pieces of equipment for the Nexat. And I'll have literally what I need to do every process there is. Because then it could be like, grab the cultivator, and every cultivator contract we could just blast through really fast, and sure, they'll only pay like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 at a time. But that adds up really quick when you get through them quick. Then if we get like the sprayer next, then any of these spraying contracts you get through really, really quickly. The harvester would be a really good one to get. If we do start making a bunch of money and we don't catch any good sales, like if I just have to pay the normal price, I do think that, maybe that green seeder we keep leasing, I would potentially just buy that. It's not a great seeder, but at least then I'm not spending the lease cost again and again, so that would save us some money. Honestly, if we do, maybe the next time we have to seed it, if I still haven't gotten one for cheaper, we might just take the little bit of a loan to buy it. I'm just trying to avoid... I want to make sure I have at least a credit line of like $300 at all times, because I think that's about where the Nexat's going to land when we catch it, if we catch it on sale. Now, granted, the Nexat is useless by itself. It needs a header and whatnot. But that, once I have that, the 100,000+, like 102,000, 300,000 per header, is a little bit more manageable. I don't know for sure line of credit, because for those who haven't played Farm Sim, your line of credit does change based on how much you own. Basically, the overall net worth of your farm will finagle the amount you can borrow. So when you start out your farm at the very beginning and you have next to nothing, it's about 500,000, I think. Versus if you start getting up to the point where you've got like $2-3 million with the farm, it will considerably increase the amount you can borrow. All right. Another thing we can do is if we start getting our debt properly knocked down and want to spend money for making money, we could spend, it's something like $60,000 and buy the regular greenhouse. I'm going to avoid the thing where we just plunk down a bunch of greenhouses and solar panels and all that. But I think it's totally fair to put down like one or two greenhouse, like one greenhouse of the mushroom kind, one greenhouse of the regular kind, just to have them, so we have like that, those goods in the place. Probably also go into a bunch of that, and maybe even get the production line, because I believe I can have it where they deliver the goods directly to the production line, which could be interesting. Just, they take a cut of the money, but just being able to sit there and be like, okay, here's the stuff, send it to the canning place, just start spitting out canned goods, put those canned goods up for immediate sale, and you're effectively then just watering, like putting water in the greenhouse, and it just goes up and makes an extra bit of money. I know we'll need a bunch of beehives and all that later. Those are the ones where it's, well, I mean, okay. So that's one of the things that I wish they were a bit more specific on with the animals, because bees are clearly animals, but you don't buy a bee. You buy a beehive. So I don't think we need to buy like 20 beehives or anything like that, because that wouldn't make sense. because a beehive would be literally hundreds to potentially thousands of bees in a hive. Having 20 horses is a head scratcher for me because there's really not much value in the game for having that many horses. But hey, you know what? Whatever. The chickens would be straightforward. That's easy. The cows would be straightforward. That's easy. The pigs would be straightforward. The goats and sheep would all be straightforward. There'll be a bit of an expenditure to spend there to get big enough facilities to accommodate that many. But all of it's at least straightforward. You get a cow pen, you put 2 cows in there, they start breeding to get you a bunch more cows. Oh, I actually toggled it off. And then while they're breeding themselves up to get you the numbers, we just start the next animal. Sell what goods we get out of it. Are there donkeys? No. So I believe the animals in the base game is you have horses, cows, chickens, pigs, sheep, goats. There's a dog. I'm blanking. Am I missing one? Oh, wasn't there like a water buffalo or whatever? There's like something like that as well. We can check real fast. Animal dealer. So we've got cows. We got a whole bunch of cows, and then there's a water buffalo. I'm just gonna consider those cows for our purposes. You got pigs, you got sheep and goats, which are in the same category. We got horses, we got chickens, and then top of the chickens and all that, we do have a doghouse. I'm gonna assume for the purposes of the dare drop, they just want the 5 categories. So like having the water buffalo and the cows isn't necessary. They're just under the umbrella of cow. If they want me to have like literally every animal, they need to specify that. Because I'm not plopping down 20 dog houses and having the same dog run around in circles. That said, there are mods that add more animals to the game, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how good good any of those mods are, but you get the idea. A lot of sheep herders here keep about 4 or 5 goats with their sheep, because sheep are a little dumb. Yep. And the last field we signed up to cultivate. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and go to these contracts. Turn that one in for a little bit more money. Nothing I care about there. We do have enough here. Repay a little bit of that loan. Keep knocking that down. We already sold our oats. That was earlier this in-game day. Got ourselves a bit over 10,000 out of them. We've got our barley down. Oh, and for those who don't know, this sales area, the used area, this doesn't update every day. There's periodically through the day, it will roll to like add another thing on there. You can actually go in behind the scenes and see how it rolls a bunch of the stuff and like what, like, your seed and all that at the beginning will literally determine what it's going to roll every single month for like the entire forever. But it is one of those things that it's worth checking at the beginning and the end of the day just in case something you actually want shows up there. And I do know the next ad stuff can show up on there. We have seen a few of the headers show up. I just haven't seen the actual machine itself. If we do get the machine itself, we're going to be playing some debt juggling. We'll get the machine and a header for it. And then we'll probably take every single contract that header can do to help try and pay down the loan to get the next header. Because at that point, I think we'll be able to just knock the contracts out way faster. Okay. Because like a field like this will be weird, because it'll be like 1 1/4 passes to do the entire field. That'd also be a stage that once they get the basic equipment to do all the processes, we could just get a production line up and then just buy a bunch of the separate fields to merge them. We'll see how far we go with that. That's those things that you go back and forth with, where I can do that to earn money much faster, and then using that faster earned money to buy the things I need to do for the dare drops. But there's a good chance not doing that and literally just using the money for the thing for the dare drops themselves might go faster than trying to get that extra income to get across that, line. How goes the farming day? It's going good. Thank you for asking. Just working on some contracts, trying to pad out our equipment a little bit better, so I don't have to lease nearly as much. So far, about the only thing we've been leasing is the cedar. Or paying our debt back from getting a harvester relatively cheap. That'll be the other one if I manage to score the next ad on the cheap. And I get, like, for example, the harvester header and the bin. Then I'll be able to go in there and just get rid of our existing harvester and get that money back. It won't be the full amount, it'll be about half of it, but still. All that depends on us having the next ad show up. All right. I'm curious how ridiculous it's going to be to drive that thing around this map. The good news is this map seems relatively well suited for it, just with how big and unwieldy it is. Versus, I think Riverbend would be absolutely obnoxious to deal with a vehicle that size trying to drive around the map. Just with all the narrow roads and the trees and all that. The bumpy, hilly terrain. I don't think it'd be Silver Run bad. That was another reason why, like, other than the dare drop we did for collecting all the collectibles on this map, that was another reason why I wanted to switch, is I was just looking at Silver Run going, hang the heck on. We can make some easy money, you know, you can make some easy money doing the logging and whatnot, but you'd get the next ad thing, and there'd be like the 2 or 3 fields, and I'd just try and have to make it work. Yeah, no, I get the old man thing from like the South terminology. I don't know. Stuff like when people are like, you know, true, whatever, that kind of thing. I don't know. That's always a weird one because, like, well, that just means, you know, a bunch of people wouldn't be considered, you know, quote unquote true or whatever. Like, I know that's not the intent. But, you know, people tend to be exclusionary. That kind of sucks. I get you mean in a positive vibe, not trying to take away from that. Just those the little rankles as you would. All right, and we'll be finishing this one up. So we're gonna want. It'll be one of those things that we're gonna want to gas up, and we're gonna go ahead and do a repair on this thing. Getting pretty worn. Alright, so we finished that contract. They consider that done, even with that little chunk left. It physically won't let me finish it more than that. Alright. So take the loan. Or not loan, the contract, pay it off. Now zip on down to where our field is over here. The place I repaired is right there. And gassing is gas is a little bit around the corner, because I try to not let the vehicles get below halfway in the gas, just in case I'm not watching. And then you start a process and realize you can't see it through because you just don't have the gas, and it can be very inconvenient. And plus, some of these things like the cultivator's not bad, but if you're using something like the seeder or the harvester or the fertilizing wagon and all that, as they get worn, they don't work as well. The tractor too. The tractor, when you get more worn out, it effectively operates it like it's at a much lower horsepower, so it'll struggle to go uphill a lot more. Like the top speed will be not as good, that kind of thing. The seeder, for example, if it's worn out, it will use more seeds than it would otherwise use. The harvester will give you a lower yield when you harvest because, you know, the equipment's all worn. The idea is you're losing some of it to, you know, stuff falling out or whatever. All right. Go race over here. And that light green field is our field, the one we, like, the only field we currently own as our own. I do own the way, like, the area across the street, like, just kind of cattywampus where you see that silo. But we've been keeping our production line stuff on there for the most part. Because I'd have to plow it and turn it into a field, and I'd need somewhere to put things. So that's where we've been doing that. Okay. So right here is where we repair. Which, weirdly, the last time I brought something to repair, it said it was going to charge me a bunch of money. I was like, ah, man, it's going to be a whole bunch of money. And then I actually did it, and it didn't charge me. Okay, so about $1,000 to repair that. It's not taking the money. I don't have any weird game settings. The repair, I don't know if it's a problem with the map or, like, the game version. I'm not running, like, any mods. Like, nothing that would affect something like that. So, I don't really know what's going on. I'm sure not going to complain about them taking, you know, $1,000 away from me. Hey, the game's got a bug that prevents them from charging me correctly. I'm sure as hell not going to complain about it. For the purpose of the dare drop thing. It would bother me a lot more if we were doing a challenge run, because it'd feel like it delegitimized the challenge. But in this case, we're not. We're trying to achieve objectives for the purpose of dare drop. If it's not working on their end. It also... Let's see, after the last patch, the repairs are free. Is that just... I know that's not an intended thing. Is that just what's happening right now? Is just the repairs just aren't charging? It's a weird thing to have happen, considering it's a bug. Yeah, no, I figured it's like... It's a weird bug to have happening. Especially when we consider they really didn't change anything related to the mechanics side of things, so... Oh well. Yeah, that's a them problem. Because I should be down almost $10,000 worth of repairs between that harvester and, like, all these little ancillary repairs in the tractor and cultivator and whatnot. But again, that's... Like I said, if it was a challenge run, I'd be a little... Not salty. It'd just be one of those things that feel like an empty win kind of thing, where you're like, okay, but really, this should cost me money. Alright, let's also check to see how the greenhouse is doing on water. It burns about 700 liters per day, and it carries about 7,000 total. We should be good, but it's like, okay, should I be filling up the next day, two, whatever. Okay, so no contracts we care about. I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't want to drive all the way over there. I'm trying to also not let myself just... Okay, she's still over halfway. Like, I'll do a round of contracts per day. I just don't want to get caught up in the thing where we're just grinding contracts endlessly in one day. Not unless they're, like, really good, where they're talking, like, $10,000, $20,000 contracts. I will stop for that. I will take the easy money. So again, we've got a foraging harvester and the tree cutter again that I don't care about. Our production line is fine. Contracts look terrible. We can pay down the loan another notch. And we're going to go right back to bed. When is... The barley was like July, June, somewhere in that area that we harvest that? Yeah, June. Oh, we can also go here. Change you to this. And we're mostly watching... Oh, wait. Ready to harvest? What is field 92 that's ready to harvest? Grass. Checks out. Okay, well, we're going back to bed. I'm not just going down there with a lawnmower and be like, yep, harvesting that field. All right. So let's back off again. We got at least some interesting things here. Nothing I'm going to buy. And same deal. No fields ready to harvest. No contracts worth mentioning. And our water's still fine there. It's basically the winter months in the game. Not a whole lot to worry about. Just kind of speed through them real quick. You'll get the occasional, like, cultivate, break stone, dead wood. Those can be fine. Some of those are better. They get the wood transfer. The wood transport contracts used to be absolutely amazing. Now, for the time and effort, it's kind of eh. So nothing we care about yet again. We can go down here and pay down that loan a little. You're still fine in your water. Okay, those are relatively good contracts. That'd be another $5,000. Field 29 is ready to harvest, which is another field of grass. Okay, so don't worry about that. Okay. So yeah, so with that though, let's grab those two hoeing contracts because, like I said, another 5,000 and hoeing is really fast. They're also both on that east end, so they're close to each other. Let's see, now it's possible to buy used equipment, repair them, and sell them to make money. Farming equipment flipper simulator. Is it really that good? Because, I know you usually buy them at a bit over the value, and then when you turn around and sell them, it usually doesn't give you the full price back. But I do wonder, like, if it works that well. If we go to test it, we'd want to test on a relatively cheap item just to see if it works. Yep, so your 25 is here and 27 is right up there. Have you actually tested it to see if it is profitable? Because I do know they take the cost of damage away. Like, people used to argue with me at no, and it's like, oh no, you need to repair that before you sell that. And you're like, okay, let's do the math. We sat down, you took the vehicle, and like, all right, this is the value I would get if I just sold it right now. And then we repaired it. It's like, it's literally the cost to repair was the difference. This is the field I need to be doing. Because if so, we could do a test on one of these. Like, I could grab this one that's like 66% off, that's 12,000. We could do a test where I just grab that. There was a okay profit. I mean, I'm down to try it. I don't want to sit there and just exploit it, but it'd be humorous to see that in action. Now, is the repainting also free? I mean, I imagine it would. It's through the same mechanic. Because, yeah, I'd be down to try it one, because worst case, we lose a couple $1,000. Or especially if it's a piece of equipment I could use. Like, maybe it's not the ideal, but, like, you know, I don't want to buy it right now, but I could use. Worst case if it doesn't pan out. So I already have that. This would be a baler. An expensive baler. I wouldn't worry about that or that. Because that would be a weird one to just buy every used thing, patch it up, sell it right back to them. Low-key mechanic simulator. I imagine you wouldn't make a big profit on it, because it'd be a percentage thing. So let's say we bought a thing for $10,000, and it had had something like $500 worth of damage. You'd repair the 500 for free, and then sell it back. And assuming you bought it and sold it at the same base price minus the damage, your profit would be that $500. Now, if the painting is free, then yeah, because, like, already the painting is obnoxiously expensive in the game. Which I find funny, because I don't actually like painting my vehicles again. I like them to look all worn and chipped on and scratched up. You know, I like them looking like they've been properly used. Everything looking, like, fresh. That was actually one of the big complaints back in the day that I used to have with, like, the Need for Speed series. Is you'd take these cars that you'd customize and do all this stuff, and they'd get into all these wrecks and all that, and they put like a little ding on the fenders, the worst that show damage. They wouldn't really give them any proper wear and tear. And it's like, no, I want this vehicle to look like it's been through hell. To me, that's more interesting than having a pristine, lacking any meaningful character paint job. Like, let me see the time I caught that guardrail and I scuffed up the vehicle real bad. And I understand they're not going to simulate all of that. They'll just go to the edges and just have a generic, hey, this is worn 10%. You know, we've peeled the paint on the corners a little bit. Put a ding here and there. But it's far more interesting. You've heard those dude who agrees with the car manufacturer, they didn't want their cars to be smashed up? Oh yeah, Need for Speed, that's 100% true. Yeah, that's actually something they talked about, that a lot of the car brands were like, well, you know, we're not gonna let you smash up our door panels and all that because, you know, that makes our product look bad. I want to say that actually got brought to light because of, I think it was Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto wanted to allow you to have all your vehicles all smashed up and destroyed and whatnot. And so at first they were trying to license them, but they just couldn't really get anyone behind willing them to let them do that. It's like, all right, well, we're just going to make a bunch of not actual... Like, we're going to have your, you know, the Banshee, which is clearly a Dodge Viper, and then you have, what was it, like, there was, like, the Buccaneer and the Bronco, which were, like, different muscle cars, like GTOs or whatever, because then they could just utterly trash the car, even if you looked at it and be like, I know what car that is. You know, they got their equivalent of like a Lotus and all that kind of stuff. Just tested a trailer, bought it for $28,000. Repaint, repaired, sold it for $52,000. All right, I'm willing to bite to see how that works. That's some serious abuse. But you know what? I'm down to fuss with it just for the memes. I don't want to lean into it where I'm doing it to, like, you know, delegitimize the whole run. But I think I think snagging like 50, 60,000 or something like that, doing it once or twice just as a hey, here's the thing. I think that's not that big a deal. Because that's just a couple of contracts. Now, if it was something like we buy the harvester that's worth like 800,000 and, you know, buy it for like 300 something thousand, repair it for free, and then get like another 300,000 back out of it profit, that'd feel a little unfair. That'd feel a little dishonest. Goes and you has an XAT show up. It's, you know, 300,000 for a 700,000 vehicle, whatever it is. Patch it up, repaint it, sell it, and then use the money you made to buy a brand new, unused Nexat. It feels a bit cheaty, to be honest. Yeah, that's what exactly I was thinking. Like, just to test it, to like demo it, doing a not super expensive vehicle wouldn't feel that bad to me. Like, where, you know, again, I might get like 20, 30,000 or whatever. Cool. There's another way you can get 20, 30,000. It's fast forward. The greenhouse will give it to me. It's fine. But doing something where I'm gonna cash in like over 100,000 real fast, like, all right, hang on. That would feel a little. That'd feel a little not honest. But yeah, no, I know you just tested. I'd like to act like, well, we'll grab something cheap and do it. You know, if we get like 10, 20,000, whatever. We'll just grab something relatively inexpensive to do it, just to like demo it on stream. So not a big item, just a little one. And yeah, it does mean I'll be getting like a morally questionable $10,000, $20,000. But the alternative is like it could go in here. I grab that. Maybe get ourselves up to like 100,000 out of it. We'll probably grab that one. That one's pretty cheap. 12,000, maybe it gives me another 10,000 extra back. It's one of those things, if I'm not doing a challenge run, I wouldn't sweat it too much. You know, you could ruin it by just not giving yourself the early game. At least that bothers me. I know a lot of people that doesn't bother them. But for a challenge run, it'd feel very dishonest because, yeah. Yep. It's honestly one of those ones I also feel like you could get yourself into that. Because, like, if we think about it, so I bought that harvester that we're using right now on a discount. And it got repaired for free and all that. Everything's on the up and up, bought it to use it. Now, if later a harvester shows up that I want that's bigger and I sell that back, I've unintentionally created that money from the ether. Which, again, at that point you're not trying to cheese it, you're not trying to do it, it's because there's a bug in the game. So you can't really hold that against a person. I could see that upsetting people who are trying to do their challenge runs, and again, like, it feels like it kind of delegitimizes your challenge run. Again, through no, like, it's not you as the player did something scuzzy or whatever to kind of cheese it a little in a way that feels disingenuous. It's just, there's a bug in the game. Alright. So we want to do a quick test of this on a small purchase, so it's 12,000. We can go here, and I will borrow the 10,000 to be able to purchase it, because we'll just test it. Because we can compare here, we're at the 15,339, and we'll just see how much of a difference it makes. Because we're buying a relatively inexpensive item. Because they're talking about equipment. They think the lowest they go is a couple hundred, but I have to, like, for this thing to work, it has to be a used piece of equipment. I can drop you off. But yeah, as far as it being cheesy, oh yeah. No, where you can sit here and just recycle stuff and just make money. Oh yeah, that's super cheesy. Okay, so again, 15,339. So we're gonna buy this thing. We're not gonna do any changes to it. We're gonna leave it exactly as it is. All right. So we're gonna grab that. I'm gonna drive it around to the other side, and let's see how incredibly broken this is. But even at the free repair, well, so the repair and so the thing is the paint. The paint is one of the big catches here, because that is a huge amount of money. So here it is. So we're gonna repair it. Cool. What's interesting is I don't technically have the money I can afford to repaint it. So it is telling me I don't have the money. So it's gonna throw off our math a little bit. So it didn't charge it. We're gonna repay that 5,000, so our math works out. So with that, we have repaired and repainted it for free. We're gonna go to our vehicles, and where are you at? There it is. So we're gonna sell this back. Yeah, that was almost $8,000. Because it was what? No, it was about $6,000. Because it was what? 15,339. Yes, we made a little bit over 50% of its value back. No, we made about 50% of its value back, give or take a little bit. It's probably, I'm willing to bet, if you did the math. Yeah, so that doesn't feel as bad. That's basically one good contract. I'm willing to bet it's that percentage down there is roughly what you're going to be making in addition. So if I were to grab this one for 64, I'm not going to, the $64,000, you know, I would do the repair, and then it would sell it for 42% more than this was, or like 42% of its total value would be more. We're not going to cheese that, though, because that feels not great. Yeah, so like one cheesed contract worth, that's fine. All right, so we paid that down, so that's good news. That's a super abusable thing. I don't doubt that we'll get a fix for that relatively soon, like a hot fix for it. So we got that. When am I harvesting? It was June. I don't need to look. It's June. June is harvest time. Yeah. We should also start having the harvest contracts come up. I'm now sitting here feeling like, you know what? I'm going to feel a little bit guilty when it's time to replace our harvester. Like when I get the next axe and the harvester there. Because in theory, that's probably going to make me a quick $100,000 profit on it. Minus a little bit because as it gets older, it devalues a little bit. So I don't want any of these. Granted, like, knowing I can do this now, I could buy them and be like, oh, but I really want it. And then sell back the other one, knowing I'm going to get an unfair amount. I'm not going to. We've got these two for hoeing. Let's check the map. Yeah, so no new stuff here. I'm not gonna bother with those like the little hoeing contracts here. How is all right? So we do need to top off the water. That's comical. It's really weird that of all the things, the repairing is bugged where it's not charging us. Because, like, I could see a whole lot of other things getting bugged just because they were in those systems messing with it. I don't think they changed anything with repairing, though. So it's just odd that slipped through, which is probably how it slipped through. Is people probably, like, they probably looked at all the things they touched and they really focused on, all right, is this working, is this working, is this working? And because it was a system they didn't feel like they touched at all, it'd be real easy to be like, Not deliberately and consciously skip checking it. You just wouldn't think of it being a thing. Because different groups have different ways they handle their testing. And like I know a lot of the ones that have like the best testing, you'll have like your unit and integration tests and all those kind of things, like your different testing methodologies and all that. But like when it comes to like the final like, all right, we're gonna have a human being like play test this or whatever, you'll usually have your play testers, if you're like really on the up and up, that you'll have like all the individual mechanics of the game will just kind of be listed down, and it'd be like, okay, tested this, yup, it did what's supposed to. Okay, tested this, yup, it's what's supposed to. It can be very mind-numbing to do that. Hey, Cozy Vibes. How's it going? Alright, so let's slow down so we don't bounce into the sky. Because I should flatten that, but that costs money, and it doesn't need to be something I work on. So just topping off our greenhouse. All right. Just the thought that I could be like, all right, let's take a giant loan, buy that really giant harvester, and instantly make like $300,000 just appear out of the ether. Oh, that's a bad bug. Yeah. All right, so nothing else we need to worry about here. Not gonna worry about any of those contracts. None of those are exciting. I believe this will put us into where we would get our wheat, or sorry, barley should be grown this month, I believe. I'm glad I didn't take the temptation to test the baler, because that would have been a lot of money that would have felt pretty unfair. Yeah, don't care about that crap. Okay, so we got some hoeing contracts again. Those ones are a little bit better than the last one. The weeding thing doesn't count. And I believe... Oh, was it? Oh yeah, there's May. May is a month that exists. Alright, so I've got some other crops here that are now ready to be harvested. So it's 2980. So 80 is also dark green, as is that. So it appears those are once again still grass. Cool. So nothing to harvest in May, really. Those aren't bad contracts. I think I am going to skip them since we've already done a lot of the hoeing and cultivating. Yep, so just advance one more month, because that's when we harvest our own field. And we're still paying down our loan here. Which soon we'll have the loan paid off. And then all the money we get on top of that, like, I don't feel any need to save it. We'll just, okay, we can build a greenhouse. Okay, we can get the next piece of equipment. Let's just do it. Showing me all the potato stuff. Yeah, so now we've got a bunch of fields that can be harvested. Okay, so we got a little bit better on the hoeing contracts here. This is the same one from last time, but that's a new one. We got the baling. And my field here is ready to harvest. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to grab our harvester. I'm going to set it up and get it working. And then I'm going to use the restroom because I got to use the restroom. But when we did the other goods, that field ended up giving me about 10,000. What game is this? This is Farming Simulator 25. As far as like realistic farming simulation games, it's about as good as it gets. There are a couple others in the genres, but a lot of them have a little bit more quirkiness issues, whatever you want to go with. It's also got a very strong modding scene, so if there's crops you want in the game that aren't there, They're usually a mod that can get you there. Farming Sim 25, I guess I should correct, isn't necessarily as far along as the others in the series. All right, bear with me, chat. I need to be back real fast because I got to use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Ooh, that's already, just that one stripe is already 20% full. That's good. All right, so we do have those other two fields we saw here that were for hoeing contracts. We can go ahead and grab you. And you, because hoeing is very fast in this game. And the best part is one of those is like right next to it. Gas Station Simulator, I have played it. I have streamed it. Multiple times, in fact. I would say they are not similar games, though. To be fair, technically they're both simulators, but I would definitely say the overall experience is very, very different. This is more like large-scale agriculture, driving a bunch of vehicles, that kind of thing. Whereas Gas Station Simulator, you're doing a lot more of like... It's a game that takes itself way less seriously, not in a bad way. Like, it's a lot more silly, slapsticky, whatever you want to go. It is about operating a gas station, but it is nowhere like approaching any type of realism, versus this is a lot more trying to be realistic about what farming is and all that. Man, I haven't played the latest DLC that Gas Station Simulator came out. It was as well as ones, there was a lot of other games going on at the same time. And I don't remember if they gave me a key or not. But I opted to play the other games instead. Because it does happen. When it comes to the games coming out, a lot of times you'll have, like, I know people say there's these dry spells where nothing's coming out. I don't feel like that's really true anymore, but there's definitely, and thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. There's definitely those times, though, when it comes to the games coming out, where you have, like, a couple of games coming out here and there, and then there's a times where there's, like, the floodgate of games coming out. That, you know, like, you'll get to, like, the summer sale, or, you know, you'll get to, like, that winter sale and all that, and suddenly you're gonna have, you know, 50, 60 big games all drop, that at least a couple of them are like, okay, this fits the genres I normally play on the channel. What? Gecko? Don't be weird. Because I'm not catching the first one, but don't call me daddy. Queso played Gas Station Similar. Queso played Gas Station Similar is... Queso played... Distro, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's do this. Later. Alright. Yeah, that's just a troll. Queso played Gas Station Simulator is similar? It's not, though. They're both in the simulation genre, but, like, it's similar in the sense that Call of Duty and Overwatch are similar, Call of Duty and, like, Fortnite are similar. Yes, they are both technically first-person shooters. But that's kinda where it ends. Because, like, there's no running any type of shelves, there's no customer service, there's no, like, chasing around the kids spray painting your walls, there's no... You don't have to adjust the prices or do inventory or anything like that. Like, none of those mechanics exist. I'd say a game like Supermarket Simulator is closer to Gas Station Simulator, and even then, they're pretty heavily different, because, like, one is trying to actually take itself seriously as a simulator, and the other one's a lot more just kind of silly fun. Not that either is better or worse, either. They're, like, very, very different approaches to retail. And that isn't to say, like, one's better or worse. Like, I'm trying to make, like, that part very clear. We're very much comparing apples and pears here. Apples and oranges. Apples and pears are actually closer. Apples and oranges. In that they're both good games, but for entirely different reasons. Like, I would say Gas Station Simulator, when you get farther in, you have to deal with the whole thing where it's, like, very, very, very chaotic, very frenetic, because you got, like, the pumps need managing, you're dealing with the inventory, you got your cashiers here, over there you got, like, your car wash, and then there's the airplane stuff, and then there's all this stuff, and they're all happening simultaneously trying to grab your attention. And yeah, you've got your employees, but there's always more things you need to do than employees to do them. That it is very much trying to manage your time, manage what you're working on, and all that kind of stuff. Versus, I would say, for Farming Simulator, generally speaking, there's never a point where you're like, oh my god, I got so much to do at the same time. Like, I can literally go, you know what, the day's not long enough. We're gonna make it a 48 real hour day if I want. I'm not gonna keep it that way. But you can do that. You can also make the game go absurdly fast. Alright. So we got these two contracts knocked out. Our harvester is full. So just, like, the pacing's different. Thematically, they're different. The style thing. It's one of the things that actually happens with the simulation and tycoon genres a lot. And for that matter, like, first-person shooters and all that. Is there is so many of those different genres that there's such a variety, such a variance within the genre, that it's not that the genre name is meaningless. I wouldn't say that. It's just going, hey, well, that's a simulation. Oh, well, I love simulation. That doesn't mean much, because it's such a wide range that I almost feel like even if you're a fan of simulation, you're going to find some stuff you don't like so far as styles, and some stuff you do like. Like, I know a lot of people do not like SnowRunner, but it's also in their simulation. But even though a lot of the controls mechanics between this and SnowRunner are similar, I wouldn't even consider those very similar games as well. Even though, like, the physics side of it is similar. Just because, like, your objectives are totally not similar at all. Of course you turn that way. Alright, we'll just take over that. Because the way that thing's turned, if I try and drive up there, I'm just going to kill my crop. Because we do have crop destruction on, where if I drive over my own crop, it will kill it. Now, I could grab that trailer and bring it over. The grain mill the granary I'd take it to is right here as well. I'm just going to go ahead and put it here. All right. So we did those contracts for the cultivating. We got another one there. We'll wait to do that. Okay, those 3 contracts I'm not gonna bother. The peas, were those peas? No, spinach. The spinach isn't the worst in the world to harvest. It's pretty slow though. So it's not great. Like, it's one thing if you're doing it for yourself where you get to keep all the money and whatnot. But doing the contracts, it can be pretty tedious. Alright, turn on the GPS. Okay. Yeah, we didn't have any sales we cared about. Any other contracts we care about? Da, 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 da. We had that one spraying that's a really good contract. Yeah, I'm not gonna go out of my way for one more cultivating. If we end up getting like 2 or 3 cultivating contracts pop up, it's worth me running around to do them real fast, or the hoeing ones. But right now I'm curious. Like, I guess there's just no barley fields on this map, which, you know, fair enough. But if we can get the harvest contracts, those could be pretty lucrative. Alright, how are we doing in time? Still not bad. It feels like it's way later. Just because, you know, Tomb nodded off way earlier than a lot of days. Oh, one thing for like a lot of my viewers who are in Australia and New Zealand and all that, one thing that did come up is we can now just get these at the grocery store. Tim Tams are like a big snack thing in Australia. Like, they're just straight up in the grocery store, not even like at a special place anymore. You don't have to go out of your way to like even go to like a particularly fancy grocery store or anything. Just like right there with the Oreos and everything, which is pretty cool. They also had one which I don't remember what it was. Tomb got it. It was a snack thing that she had gotten while we were in New Zealand. You know, it's marketed as an Australian thing, but it's apparently like a big snack in Australia and New Zealand. It was another package thing like that. It wasn't Tim Tams. This is kind of fun because, you know, when we visited New Zealand a couple years back, you know, we were like, hey, for people over there, like, what should we be going, like, what should we go out of our way to find food-wise? What should we go out of our way to check out tour-wise? Really like Jaffa cakes. It wasn't Jaffa cakes. Oh, I don't remember. I remember as we had gone on a tour, and the tour guide had a bunch of like snacks and drinks because it was like we had to drive they had to drive us a decent way out of the city we were in. I think it was when we were checking out like the Maui Museum and everything, and it was like a thing that he had given us like a bunch of drinks and snacks, and it was the snack that he had given out. One of them, that is. Yeah, because I remember it was a big thing that we got a New Zealand burger, because that was something that was very different. It's a sponge cake with orange jelly coated in chocolate. I mean, it sounds good to me. So we got like the burger and all that. Looks like a cookie? Yeah. I did just enjoy having just about every Asian culture represented there, so like the area I was in, it was like, all right, well, today we're gonna get Korean, all right, now we're gonna get Chinese, okay, now we're gonna get Japanese, okay, now we're gonna get Thai food, okay, now we're gonna get the next one. Let's just get them all. And you can get a lot of those here where I'm at in the States as well. like an authentic, but not like you just go downstairs in a building and they've got literally all of them in the same building, like just that prevalent. You usually got to go out of your way a little way to find like the Thai place that's authentic, and a little way out of the way to find like an actual authentic Chinese place, because most of our Chinese places here in the U.S. they're very Americanized, where you get a styrofoam container that's like 1/3 nothing but meat. Half of it'll be rice, and then maybe some kind of side like an egg roll, which again is really good, but as far as from an authentic standpoint, very not. Okay, so we got that all sorted. None of these worthwhile. As far as our schedule goes, we did just harvest our barley. We don't get to plant it again until September, so no rushes on that. Nothing to say there. We don't have a bunch of money to do our contracts, so we should be good here. As far as the sell time for our barley, it appeared that December is when we sell. Fair enough. Yeah, the only thing we missed in New Zealand that we really wanted to do, and we had signed up for it, but we had both gotten COVID while we were there. So we had to shelter in place kind of thing and not be terrible people. And bring it with us during strenuous exercise or whatever. So we wanted to do the glowworm caverns. So we did end up having to cancel that because we were plenty sick. Okay, so contract-wise, glowworm caves. So basically they got these caves that there are worms that have bioluminescence. So you go in and like the ceiling glows like blue and all that from all the different little critters up there, living their best glowworm lives. They've got waterways going through, so they'll do like rafting things through there. It's cool stuff. But that was the one thing we wanted to do that didn't happen. We got to see like the Maui Museum. We got to go to Hobbiton because Tim really wanted to do that. We got a bunch of stuff we hadn't planned on doing in there as well. Like I didn't know about there's the tower, or there's like the big tall tower in the country's capital that I'm suddenly having problems remembering the name of, even though I've been there and we looked it all up. It doesn't matter. But basically we went to like this really tall tower that you could like a Sky Needle kind of thing. How was Hobbiton? It was fun. Like it was neat seeing like the whole like movie setup they had there. They'd explain like some of the ways they did like the really weird effects and all that. It was cool. Like don't get me wrong, there was a bit of a touristy thing to it. But it wasn't like one of those ones where you go there and there's a whole bunch of people waiting outside trying to sell you garbage or anything like that. It wasn't like where you go to, you go to Rome and, you're outside, like, you're at, like, the Trevi Fountain, or you're outside, like, the main airport or whatever, and you got people, like, constantly harassing you. It was nothing like that. Because it's kind of a very remote place where it's at. It's like literally in the middle of this guy's sheep farm. So you just kind of go up. They've got a cool little tour, and don't get me wrong, they do have like a gift shop and all that kind of thing. Shocker, no one saw that coming. But I definitely would say for a touristy location, it didn't feel nearly as overtly touristy as a lot of places I've been. But it was neat. We also saw the it's the company did the special effects for Lord of the Green. What is like Weta? This doesn't sound right. We got to see their place. That was pretty cool. Like their museum / whatever place. That was neat. Did I buy something from the gift shop? No. It's honestly pretty rare I buy stuff from the gift shop at touristy places. Not never. There's definitely been times. And it's not that I never buy merch. Oh yeah, so Weta, that's the reason it did start. So yeah. But yeah, so we checked out, that was pretty cool, because they did like all sorts of special effects and all that. You can see a lot of their setup and all that. It'd be like the Weta workshop or whatever it was. That was a lot of fun. We did just a general tour around the city and all that, which was neat. But they're like, that's a volcano, and that's a volcano, and that's a volcano, and that's a volcano, and that's a volcano. We're worried about this volcano. This volcano over here has been showing some signs, and we're a little worried about that one. And it's like, cool, you're telling me existence in this entire area is volcanoes. I understand. You are on the western edge of the Ring of Fire. I get it. Alright. Man, I've definitely bought, like... I've bought merch at touristy places. Like I said, it's pretty rare. Like, I know when I went to the Galaxy's Edge, which is the Star Wars land at Disney, me and Toom got some stuff because we're both big Star Wars nerds. But, like, most of the stuff, like, if I go, like, just regular Disney parks, like, are you gonna get the Mickey thing? No. Did you look into the Storge? Do you believe New Zealand is in the Southern Hemisphere? Yeah, it is definitely 100% in the Southern Hemisphere, and pretty far down there, actually. Lot farther down there than I would have realized, you know, till you actually go there and you see, like, the map at, like, a different orientation. You're like, oh yeah, we're way down here. But yeah, so we did see the stars. I didn't particularly take an incredible amount of note to it. Well, I'm someone who's very, like, I've got a background where, like, I used to work out at the, like, as, like, a teenage job. I worked out at the Space Center, not as, like, an engineer or anything fancy like that. It was the tourist side of it, so doing tours kind of thing. So I've got, like, a fascination with space travel and all that. But admittedly, when it comes to, like, having a clue about star positions and telescopes and all that, like, I know some of the stuff, like how they figured out where certain things are in the galaxy and how they detect things from ridiculous ranges away, like they look like the wobble in the light and all that. And that's kind of cool, but as far as, like, actually having a clue, like, what's supposed to be where and anything, I don't know what I'm doing with that. As much as I'm into, like, space travel, that's one of the things I just don't care about. It's like, there's stars, yep, and there's a whole lot of them. Did you see the constellation, whatever? It's like, hey man, Big and Little Dipper, I can find those. North Star, I got you, fam. Do you know where Orion is? Not a clue. Taurus? Nope. Not one bit. Like, if you point it out to me, I'll be like, oh yeah, that is Taurus. But actually looking and being like, oh hey, it's Taurus over there. Nah, like, I have to have something pointed out to me. It's just not one of those things I pay attention to. I do know whether you're in the northern and southern hemisphere that what you see and where in the sky is entirely different. Okay, do we get any new contracts? Part of the reason I'm taking the time to do this right now is low-key hoping they'll have some more contracts pop up. You know, for, like, harvesting a big field of barley or something. It's not looking like it, though. And this is my own field, so I do want to take the time to actually clean up that road. One of the kind of fun phenomena, which it was a thing a lot of people learned because of The Simpsons, of all things, but because I had an episode that it was relevant, is, like, the fact that by default, when you have, like, water or whatever drains, whether it's in the northern or southern hemisphere, it'll, like, one way it'll turn clockwise, the other place it turns counterclockwise. It's just because of the way the things were with, I think it had to do with the magnetic field. And there's a bunch of like little things like that. So like, for example, tropical cyclones, whether they're on the northern or southern hemisphere, will rotate different directions. It's one of the reasons why you don't see very many that come across the equator and hold up well. They tend to get disorganized once they start crossing. It's almost like there's not a barrier in the sense that they can't do it or anything. It's not nearly that strong. But it is a thing that, you know, you'll see like you'll have like a hurricane start forming. Yeah, the Coriolis effect. Yeah, so you have like a hurricane will start forming as like a tropical whatever, tropical system. Like it's not a depression or anything quite yet. And it's usually a bit off the west coast of Africa. And it starts coming across and it goes up. And it's usually around the time it gets around the equator that'll usually start forming into something. And it's just kind of those things, if it forms before there, a lot of times, this storm, you know, will be like Cat 1, Cat 2, tropical depression. Now we're back to Cat 1 again. Because just crossing that area, it just really, it doesn't lose the power of the storm, like as far as like the mass, but it disorganizes it, which robs it of a lot of its strength. Okay, so I've got all those going. Are you a flat earther? No. Why would you think that would be a case? I'm talking about multiple hemispheres. If I was a flat earther, hemispheres wouldn't exist because it'd be flat. But that's okay. They're getting all the flat earthers from all around the world together. Don't think about it too hard. I still love that whole thing where there's some like, it's like a flat earther society and they're like bringing flat earthers from all around the world. And people are like, I need you to repeat that sentence really slowly and really think about what you're saying. What about that made you think as a flat earther? Because, like, for consideration with, like, the magnetic field and the Coriolis effect. No storms across the equator? Oh, yeah, no, it's not that they don't go across the equator. It's, they become disorganized. So it'll rob a lot of tropical systems of a lot of their energy. I think even the equator would end up being a thing that acknowledging the existence of the equator would work counter to that. Oh, that's the planter. Because, like, to acknowledge the existence of the equator, hurricanes do not cross the equator? Gotcha. I was under the impression that what happened is that they got up to that point, like if you had, you know, you have a low pressure system, you have a higher pressure system forcing it or whatever, it would just kind of scatter the storm. That, like I said, it would rob it of most of its energy and effectively had to rebuild on the other side. But yeah, no, I mean, I can't think of an instance. They run parallel to it? Gotcha. I assume you need, like, again, an outside interference kind of thing. Are we already in August? Wasn't August when I needed to plant these things again? No, September. No, we said they do. If they did, it would take the air moving the opposite direction and dissipate. Yeah, just completely it'd kind of rip apart the storm. If you still had hot water and a low pressure system, though, it would just kind of... It'd be effectively a new storm, just handled by the same low pressure zone. But I can't show any instances of it because it's whatever. That makes me curious. I haven't looked this up before. Give me a second. I'm curious so far as like world map, like where the equator lines up. Oh, I need a map with an equator on. Where the equator lines up with Africa. One of those things that's just I just never bothered to look at. Oh, Africa is way farther north than I thought it was. That's one of the things. Africa is way farther north than I thought it was. The bulk of wait, that can't be where the equator actually is. Is this a bad map? The equator is not in the south half of Brazil. Come on. Try again. There we go. That looks better. I was gonna say, the equator is near the northern half of Brazil. Still, it does bisect Africa. Honestly, like where there's like the big outcropping to the west, the equator is just a little below that. It's just one of the things I never thought about. I was like, you know what? I don't know where the equator lines up with Africa. Because that's what I was trying to think. Is like, wait, how could it not cross the equator? It forms off the west coast and all that. But you are correct. Below the equator, the storm spins clockwise. Above, spins counterclockwise. Yeah. Yeah, another thing I can imagine is it probably just destroys the storm if it gets forced along the equator by, like, pressure systems or whatever. That just goes up there and it just kind of rips it apart. Because I know we've had the whole thing where certain... Not the equator interaction, but there are certain types of interactions you can have with hurricanes that, like, if you have the different pressure systems and the hurricane gets forced into the wrong pressure system, it just kind of... It's still a nasty storm, it just doesn't have the spiral, it just kind of scatters into this big, just... you know, severe thunderstorm without all the terrifying parts that is a hurricane. Because I know we had that, like, 8-9 years back. We had one storm that's supposed to be bad, and I think it was a high-pressure zone got forced. Like, it was, like, low-pressure, high-pressure, and then the hurricane, it got forced the high-pressure zone into the hurricane. And it just disorganized the storm, so it went down from, like, a Cat 3 to, like, a non-specific, like, it wasn't a tropical depression, it was just a bunch of weather. But that had nothing to do with the equator. Or the number of times, yeah, the people's like, but what happens if these two hurricanes merge? As far as I'm aware, that's never actually happened in human history. Maybe it has. But I imagine it would just basically be destructive of both storms, that they would just kind of not function the same way. Or again, it would disorganize the storm and the whole thing would just be a mess. Okay, so we need to plant, like, that's stuff I don't know about. I'd be more curious about. That's that same cedar I can't quite for. 2 hurricanes? No, but 3 different weather systems yet? Oh yeah, no, we've definitely had different weather systems, like tropical depressions I could see getting mashed together. But once they start forming, I feel like in a lot of ways they'd end up forcing each other away from each other just by the fact that they have that whole spiral system and everything going around them. They'd have a tendency to push each other away versus just like sucking each other in kind of thing. That's my assumption as someone who is not a meteorologist. With my layman's understanding of these things. You'd assume otherwise they were drawn towards each other. That would just be a regular occurrence then. So we are going to go ahead and lease this again. When was the leftovers of a hurricane? You can't remember what the other 2 were, but it made a hellstorm. Yeah, usually with those, it's like just a big mess. Only can you come to a farming stream to talk about weather? We do talk about a wide range of topics. Weather actually doesn't come up that much. Hurricanes do come up on occasion, but that's usually when we're in hurricane season, because I'm in an area in Central Florida where we get slapped by hurricanes on the regular. And so people know I'm around in this area. And so when a bad storm's coming, they'd be like, oh man, I hope you're going to be okay. It's like, nah, man. If where I'm at's gone, Florida's an island. Like a little patch of like 2 or 3 islands, and that's all that's left. Like, I'm not the high ground, but I'm in pretty high ground. Like, if where I'm at floods, you just take a big Sharpie and you just put a big X over Florida. It's not there anymore. But then we also do, like, just conversations about general disaster preparedness. I've got a background that involves a lot of that stuff. Got family who works, like, emergency services management, so not, like, the firefighters, but the people who do the logistics of going, okay, we've got this giant fire raging over in California. We have this many fire departments here. We got that many fire departments there. Okay, how do we move these people around to get them where they're needed? Okay, let's work with the power companies to make sure we're shutting off the power as the cities start to be subjected to these fires. That way, you know, they're not contributing to the fires as things start to break down and everything. You know, okay, with our resources here, we could probably save this city if we allocate this, this, and this, but this neighborhood, we just don't have the resources, so we're going to have to cut them loose, like doing all that kind of stuff. I also used to work local government, so when we did have hurricanes roll through, we would do what's referred to as an activation. And it was basically you'd take the critical systems for the city to continue running, so like your, again, police, fire, you know, the people who could do the decision making and have it actually stick for like local government and all that. Take them to a secure location so far as like a hardened buildings that wouldn't get knocked over during a hurricane or whatever. Making sure they have all these systems and networks and power and all that set up. You know, and all that kind of stuff. It was interesting stuff. I don't miss a lot of that because when at that point I was really close to the coast. Nowadays I'm not. But as a result of that, I've ended up, you know, having a lot of information around tropical storms. I used to be the employee that, like, when I worked a lot of my dev jobs, and it got to be season, I was the one always keeping tabs on what systems were moving around. Not like, again, not like a meteorologist, but just as someone with an interest, I would keep information on it so that, you know, you'd have a storm and it'd be about a week out. It'd be like, all right, you know, we got this storm system. It looks like it's heading our way. We're not in that danger zone where we know whether or not it's going to be here, but, like, this is the point. If you're going to refresh your non-perishables and all that, do that before, you know, the 3-day out where nothing's available anymore because everyone just, you know, that's the point you kind of know it's going to hit you. And so everyone panic rushes the stores and buys everything. Which, you know, good on them taking it seriously. But kind of sucks if you're trying to get those things at that moment. Where all the water's gone. As is the toilet paper, except the dude wipes, because nobody wants the dude wipes. I have a picture from the last really bad hurricane we had roll through, and they cleaned out the store. And it was the entire aisle of, like, toilet paper, paper towels, like, all, like, even, like, tissues, all of it was gone. And it was just, like, the far end of the shelf had these things called dude wipes, which are just... I don't actually know much about the brand, but it was like they were fully stocked. Whatever they were, any paper product they were gonna, you know, people were buying, but not the dude wipes. I don't know why. I don't know anything about dude wipes, but whatever reason, nobody wanted them. It's kind of fun to see that kind of thing when people are buying up that everyone panic buys stuff. Like, what stuff that just literally no one is going to buy. So you go to, like, the aisles with all, like, the soup, and there's, like, that one type of soup that everything else gets cleaned out, but, like, no one's buying the pea soup. That's not an example. Like, not an actual example, mind you. But, like, just the one you're like, no, that soup? No, we're starving. It's fine. We don't want that. Just not willing to take it. Oh man, there was so like you had like the meat section and all that, so you had like all the different stuff had been cleaned out, and even a lot of like the vegetarian vegan stuff. And there was one brand, and I can't remember what brand it was. There was like one brand of like your faux furky or whatever, you know, not like meat substitute kind of thing, but there was one brand was that like nobody touched. Like all the rest was clean out. It's not even like meat versus meatless. It was just, there was this like one brand that like everyone's like, nope, don't care. Starvation, yep, we'll take that. Not touching that one. That one, that brand right there, nope. I will go hungry. All right. So we're getting our barley planted again. We've already done one harvest of the barley today. All that good stuff. And we'll usually talk about, like, for those who don't know, when it comes to disaster preparedness, whether it's hurricane or fire, whatever your local thing is, generally speaking, usually at a minimum you want at least 3 days. That was 0 external support. You got food, you got water. 3 days is really not that much. But if you have less than that, then that is potentially where you ran into a humanitarian issue for yourself. Ideally, you want just more time. It doesn't mean you need your bunker stocked up with literal months of food, because honestly, most of it's just gonna go bad down that bunker. But like, kind of the North Star you aim for is a week. That if you can make that happen, it's just really hard to do that with consideration to water, because you need a lot of water as a human being, especially in situations where your AC is unlikely to work. So you're going to be dealing with the heat. You're probably going to be doing a bit more physical effort than you normally would, and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, needing like 2 gallons of water per person per day just for consumption, not counting cooking or cleaning or anything else. You get the idea that for a family of 4 people for 7 days, you're talking a lot of water. And water is not particularly efficient on space or weight. So it can just be completely unrealistic to have that much water on hand, especially since you don't know if you'll need it. So it's just kind of one of those things like, okay, got a family of 5, because I'll make the math easier. Got a family of 5. All right, 2 gallons per day per person. Okay, and that's for an adult. Kids will be different, yada yada. But I'm not doing that math because I don't know it. 2 gallons a day per person. So family of 5. That's 10 gallons per day for the family. Again, not counting cleaning or anything else. And then you go to, you're like, a week. Well, that's 70 gallons. Like, don't get me wrong, you get like a full-size water heater or whatever, assuming you had power, it'll have that much. But without power, you can't count on any of it. Especially if you're working like well water and those kind of things. It doesn't keep the pressure, so it's hard to get the water out without causing other issues. And so you sit there and look at it and go, yep, just gonna casually keep my, you know, 70 gallons of water tucked away in the cupboard. Don't worry about it. And water does not compress well. Let's see, wouldn't it make sense to get a buried water tank with a pump attached? How are you going to run the pump? I mean, if you could have like a manual pump, but like, yeah, that would be a thing you could potentially do. Have like that, or, you know, there's other different methods, but basically having a water tank. Because I mean, that's honestly what your water heater is. It's just a glorified water tank with a coil in it to make the water warm. But it's just one of those things that if you're like on city or whatever water and the city's pumps go down, you now don't have pressure, you don't get water. You have, for the record, you actually do have pressure on the lines for a while. It's just as people draw the water out of it, it gradually loses pressure if there's not something actively adding more pressure to the system. If you're unfortunately on well water in those situations and you lose power, well, your power and your water are synonymous with each other in that situation. No pump means no water. You also have to keep a bag of... You also keep the bag nasties. The bag nasties. Oh, like keeping... Yeah, like keeping the water clean and all that. Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff you gotta do to keep the water sanitary because of it just sitting there. But you get the idea. The point is, it can be sometimes very impractical to have the full 7 days. And there's things you can do to mitigate it. Again, you could have stuff like they have the purification tablets, or getting yourself a bunch of filters, so get like sand or charcoal filters that you can run water through. That maybe it's not as good as like the whole big process going to a proper water treatment plant to do, but in a pinch, if it's down to getting a glass of water and dipping it in the lake and drinking that versus, you know, boiling the water a bit to try and sanitize it, you know, you do what you can to reduce the contaminants. Because a lot of freshwater sites, unfortunately, get a lot of stuff in there that you really don't want in your body. Not in the volumes of like drinking 2 gallons of it a day, whether it's bacteria or, you know, fertilizer runoff or pesticide runoff or heavy metals that have leached into the water because of people dumping stuff. You can get yourself real sick drinking water that isn't filtered and processed or whatever. You'd be boiling it, no catch. Yeah, no, definitely, like, everything you could do to help out reduces risk. You can't fully eliminate, and that's even true of, like, you know, city water and all that. You can never fully wipe out the risk, but you can massively reduce the risk. So again, like if you got something like a sand or a charcoal filter or whatever, and you're running the water through that, that'll help remove a lot of your metals and whatnot. Whereas again, you know, boiling the water, depending on if you're just boiling the water to bring it to temperature, that'll wipe out most of the bacteria, not all. If you do like a reverse osmosis type thing, that's even better, but perhaps not practical. If you have city or county system, they normally have fairly good backup systems to keep the pressure line stays usable. Not for your convenience, but so you don't have to drain and sanitize the whole system. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They'll usually hold up pretty well. Eventually, they do fail. Like when we got sacked, like three major storms back to back here in Florida, and this is going back to like the mid like 2000. I can't remember. It was like 2005, 2008, somewhere in that ballpark. Where you just got railed on by storm after storm after storm. There were places that the power they couldn't bring it back up in any kind of a timely manner. That we did run into places that they started putting everyone on boil water notices, and water was just not available, because even though the systems were pretty good about running, we couldn't get gas in to keep the generators running because everything was just completely screwed. A bunch of water lines and all that got damaged, so they're just losing pressure, and they had to go out and fix all of it, and they would have like a week to try and fix it, and then the next storm rolled in and just punched us again. So then they'd have to put all the crews to ground and then bring them back out to try and pick up where they left off. It was a rough it was a real rough time. Like I mentioned it before, that where I was at, we were without running water or power for literal weeks. Because we were on well at that point, and it was like a couple streets away. My buddy got his power back. It's like, hey, I'm coming over because I need a shower. We're friends, but this is not negotiable. I need that shower. I feel the embodiment of gross right now. Let's say for Milton, you bought 5-gallon buckets from Lowe's and filled those the night before. Imagine not need it, but those buckets saved a ton. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you could do. Like one of the common ones, and this is if your drain is any good, like not for consuming, but for like, again, washing yourself, you know, other things you need water for that isn't strictly consumption. A lot of times what you could do is go to your bathtubs and just like make extra sure you do your best to like really kind of make sure that drain is as sound as possibly can be, and you just fill it up to like the drain line holes, and that can work for your non-potable water. So again, like you need to clean some plates, you need to wash yourself, you know, take a little bit of water out of it, you know, clean your thing over the sink, dry it off, that kind of thing, so you're wasting as little as possible. You know, probably not wasting a bunch of it doing dishes if you can help it, but you get the idea. And the reason why you don't want to consume that water is, you know, you clean your body in there, and usually, even if you do a good job cleaning it up, not the most best place to get your water from. Obviously, if you're running into risk of dehydration, you do what you gotta do. But still, there's gonna be like all sorts of soap residue and all there that isn't soap you're meant to put on cookware and all that. There's a certain amount of risk you're taking there. And a lot of that is weighing whatnot. And then the same with buckets. It depends on your buckets. Like you said, if you're going and you're getting a fresh bucket from like the store or whatever, that's probably fine to use for drinking water. If you've just got buckets you got laying around the house that you've been using, man, you probably put bleach and, bleach and all sorts of chemicals through that, emptied your gutters into it, like all sorts of things. Again, if times get desperate, you do what you got to do. But maybe don't immediately go to that as the one you drink from. Maybe, or like you mixed concrete in it, so it's got bits of concrete along the sides that you could never quite properly clean, because that is a huge pain. But, you do what you do to try and keep things safe. But that's one of the reasons why it's good to keep a bunch of extra, like, water jugs, milk jugs, those kind of things. If you got a bunch of those laying around, you can top them off with water. When the storm's still rolling in, well, water's all, like, the pressure's all there, it's all good. Get yourself some extra gallons of water tucked away. Gas and stone water? Oh, yeah, like... Some of the things you end up working on with that can get real dangerous to consume. Alright, so we didn't have a contract going on. The cultivation, we got that big field down there, that's probably worth doing. We don't have any harvesting ones going on. We do have 2 fields we can hoe for a little bit extra money. Alright, so what was... Right, I was returning the cedar. That's what we were doing. We had the cedar, I leased it. And is returning it because I'm done with it. We already emptied it of all of its stuff. And we can grab you. And we can go to our contracts. Okay, so we got these cultivating contracts. And they all are kind of in line with each other. Like straight up and down. But that'll be like another $10,000. Not quite, like more like $9,000, whatever it is. It's going to be a decent chunk of change. It's worth us doing. Considering we have very little money to spare right now. Wait, did I already roll this field? I didn't. Okay. Before we do those, I don't want to forget not rolling it. We're not rolling it. The hoeing the field. We want to hoe the field so the weeds don't go in, because that'll eat into our production. We get a much lower yield if we do that, if we don't do it. Got distracted and being like, I want to make more money. All right. And we did put the first round of fertilizer. I don't own a vehicle to put down the second round. And I could probably take a loan and buy one at this point. It wouldn't be the worst idea. In hindsight, I probably should have done it where I put down the lime, put down the lime, seeded the field. We would fertilize it the first time by just using the seeder with the fertilizer, and then do like the round tomorrow for the second round of fertilizer. At this point, I'm not going to worry about buying it here. What are our sales? That's fine. But that'll probably be one we should do. Is most likely the next time I do this field. Either way, I should probably get that, get that. Because not liming it, I think, hurts us like 10, 15-ish percent. We could definitely get that, which would help. Can we get the Ultra Trike car? I don't have need for a truck of any kind. So getting that would literally delay other things we need. And I want to say that thing runs like 15,000 or 10,000 or something like that. So I probably will not be picking that up, or the other truck for that matter. Likely I'll be buying neither of those. It's just not something I have need for right now. It would set us back at stuff I actually do need. Because, like, that's the kind of vehicle I would buy at the very beginning when I was doing, like, the Survivor Man challenge. Boo? I mean, if you want me to delay the entire run, like, a full year so I can buy a silly little trike, I mean, that's a you choice. I'm still probably not going to do it. It's just a reality. Like, if we were playing with unlimited money, I'd be like, yeah, I'll just buy the stupid thing. Or, like, once we get later on and things start getting well established that, we're making, like, 100-something thousand a year very easily, then, throwing 10, 20, or 10, 15,000, like, into the garbage for just something I don't need is nowhere near as big an issue. But as you can see, if we go here, I am currently in debt. Not much. Not a whole lot, but I am currently in debt. Okay, so we got that all sorted out so that we won't get the weeds there. So at least we get the roughly $10,000 or whatever it is profit for the crops versus whatever letting the weeds go wild would cut into our imagine. I imagine it'd be a pretty good amount, like 15-20% loss in production if we just let the weeds go wild. It's probably pretty significant. Oh, wait, we need the cultivator. That's right, we were working on the cultivator stuff. Okay. Yep, so field 53 is right there, so it's 53, 28, 18. This is the one worth like 4,000, and then the other were both like worth 1,500 or something like that. I keep wanting to see another thing go on sale. I'm also questioning real fast. Alright, so they want me to cultivate this field. Let's be real, I am looking at this field. That does not look like a freshly harvested field. That looks like a freshly planted field. Were they like, yeah, I want to start growing some rice? No, wait, never mind, I don't want to grow rice. Pull it back up. Pull it all back up. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. I don't want this. We'll turn around and we'll see what's actually planted here. See if it's just I'm not recognizing the crop as harvested or what. Okay, so check the map. You are a crop type green beans. You know what? Those may have been harvested. Yep, no, that is harvested. I just didn't recognize it because green beans are one of the newer crops. Let's see. The end says farming here works on much smaller scale than in the U.S. There's a lot of farmers here buy their machinery together so they can finance all the things they need. Yeah, we actually not like the mega farms or whatever, but on the smaller scale farms you will have like co-op's not the word for it. That's a different thing. But you will have smaller farms that they'll pool their resources and equipment and all that. It's not nearly as common, though, because there's a lot of really, really big, like, mega farms here in the U.S. Like, you know, the Monsantos and all that out there. But you'll have, like, farming communities that you'll have a couple of farmers collaborating that they'll lend, like, they'll share their equipment, lend it back and forth. Like, we had talked about that the other day, with Robo Milker, that there is, like, a lot of the Amish and Mennonite communities, not so much like, so it's interesting when you look at like a lot of the Amish and Mennonite communities. For those unfamiliar with those groups, generally speaking, a lot of them will avoid doing a lot of stuff with like electricity and all that. But that's only within like their personal lives. A lot of them are perfectly fine with using electricity for, you know, work. So they won't be out there working their entire field like dragging a hoe with like whatever. They've modernized the point of using a tractor and all that in a lot of cases. But like in their own homes, they'll use like a lot of times oil lamps, that kind of things. It's a different culture. But even then, a lot of them will have tractors and all that. But they are, as a community, they are very close-knit. That's like, hey, you know, this person's barn got damaged, it needs to be rebuilt, and the community will all collectively get together and build a new barn. And it is wild how good they are at it. That, like, the day will start, there will not be a barn, and the day will be done, and there will be a completely finished barn. Just there. That they'll get the whole thing set up in the matter of, like, just a day or two, start to finish, the whole project done. And just the same, like, you know, they don't hire in a whole bunch of contractors from outside. It's just the whole community gets together and they just go farm to farm to farm, working the fields. Anyone has their own tractor, but the huge expensive thing you need once or twice a year, usually bought this way. Yeah, but they're very communal in that sense, that everyone chips in to help everyone out. They can be very, very neighborly. And like I talked about, like, you know, one of the things that the Amish do is they do extremely well with their cheeses and all that. It's all modern tech. Like, they still have the exact same, like, stainless steel equipment that, I don't know the processes for making cheese, but, like, they'll have the various, you know, machines that go through the process of, like, you know, handling the dairy and processing the dairy to move over to the next system to go and have, like, this part of the milk separated out for doing the various things for the cheeses and all that. And they do all, like, the same modern stuff that everyone else does, because honestly, if you didn't, you wouldn't be allowed to sell it in a lot of places, because we do have a lot of rules around food consumption and what you have to do to make sure it's sanitary and whatnot. But like that part, they all do the monitoring. That's one of those things, just because I'm not part of that culture, I don't really have the ability to comprehend that. The idea is you'd go to work and you'd see all these, like, technological advancements and all these things that it can accomplish and yada yada yada, and then you go home and you're back to, like, oil lamps and wood stove. And I don't know, I feel like I'd have difficulty living in that dichotomy where it's like I have all these modern benefits while I'm working, and then I go home and it's just all gone. I understand it's a big part of their culture that they see a lot of those modern conveniences for, like, their personal life, like doing a lot of stuff that's, like, just kind of fun and engaging stuff at home, that there's a culture reason that they don't want to do that. Speaking of cows, does Tim know what they are yet? Yeah, but she's still in denial. It's fine. Like, it's a thing that's partly fascinating for me, but partly I just don't understand. Which, again, I'm not part of that culture. If you're raised in it, it'd be a totally different situation. Because I don't know about the Amish side. I know the Mennonite side, they've been getting gradually less and less strict about things. Because like the Mennonite side, they gave themselves, like they would give themselves a lot of conveniences that the Amish won't, so far as like where they can and can't use electricity, where they can and can't use these kind of things. So it's not nearly as strict. But my understanding is that over the years, relative to what they've been having, it's been getting more lax. The Amish are still pretty strict. Yeah, no, the Amish are still pretty strict from what I've seen, because it's been a couple of years, but there's a very strong Irish, or not Irish, there is a strong Irish community there too, unrelated. There's a strong Amish community up in the Ohio, and that's where my interactions with them have been. Because that's where my my dad's mother's side of the family is from. Yeah, you worked up the mountain away a little way up with little electricity, and it's nice for a while and you enjoy being far away from people, but you don't know about forever. Yeah, you're in Ohio? Yeah. And a lot of friends growing up were Amish kids. Yeah, like I said, I do know in that area the Amish are very strict about their practices. Whereas, like I said, the Mennonites were a bit more lax. But yeah, that said, they make amazing food. Like, the produce is good, the cheese is good. Like, they know their craft. And while I've never personally purchased Amish furniture, it all looks really, really good. Not in my budget, let alone trying to ship that to Florida. The shipping would cost as much as the furniture. Because that's where they make the furniture. It's like, what this made out of? Oak? Oh, like oak pressboard? It's like, no, oak. Just oak. It's not pressboard. It's just literally oak planks. We've made this out of oak. Oh. And all of this is handcrafted here, here, and here. Oh. And that's hand carved. Oh. It looks amazing. How much is it? Oh, it's like $6,000 or $7,000. You're like, I mean, considering the amount of work that went into it, that's probably fair. But considering for me using this as something that I'm probably gonna get like little nicks and scratches in it as I'm doing stuff with my X-Acto knife, like working on models, or you know, getting glue on it, or otherwise dinging and scratching it up. Yeah, I don't need to pay that much for it. I'll take my press board and save like, you know, all but like $800 of that money. You know, and get like a relatively nice desk that, sure, I might have to replace it in 5-10 years or whatever. Yeah. Sort of like exclusive taste on the IKEA budget. If someone says they have Amish furniture, you know they're at least a little wealthy. Oh yeah, no, it's big money. But at least that's what, like, a lot of things when you look at it and you're like, this is super expensive and exclusive or whatever. You're like, oh, cool. And then you look at it, it's kind of garbage still. It's just you're paying for like a brand thing, and they're like, no, they do quality work. This is really good stuff. There's a reason it costs a small fortune. Alright, so we can work our way up to these two fields over here on the right. And this will probably be the last in-game day we do a farm sim today, and we'll be switching over after a little bit to get into 2 Point Museum. I have been splitting the stream between the two games just because I'm enjoying both of the games. I'm trying to get the dare drops done so I can get more keys for everybody to give out. Which is part of the reason, I mean, I enjoy farm sim, but that's part of the reason why we've had a bit of a focus on it. Get those keys. And plus, I'm just enjoying kind of going back and playing a bit of it. And at 2 Point, I'm very much enjoying it. And 2 Point Museum, I think, while it's having way more staying power than the other 2 Point games, I am kind of expecting it to be one of those things that there'll be a little while that goes by, and you know, when it's not the flavor of the week, it'll drop off, and that'll be a much harder category to stream in, because that is something that's very common, especially with tycoon style games. But a lot of time it is like the game comes out and a week later it's just completely dropped off. 2 Point Museum is staying a lot longer, which I think is fair because it has been a really, really good game for, you know, like a really good tycoon game. It's been one of the better ones I've seen in a number of years. Let's see. You looked at a side table the other day, a really small thing, but it was made out of onyx marble for 3,000 euro. Yep, you wouldn't... I don't think you'll find onyx marble Amish furniture. I could be genuinely mistaken. Because most of their stuff is woodworking. Like, top-notch woodworking. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things that, like, real expensive. That was, one of the conversations I remember having with buddies who, you know, they moved in their first house and are like, I don't know, like, what furniture I should be spending, you know, spending good money on, what furniture I can cheap out on, like, how do you make that decision? And for me, it was like, yeah, I treat this the same way I do with tools. You buy, like, all the really cheap stuff to begin with if you just don't have the money, because one, you don't have the money, so I don't know why we're having the conversation farther than that, but what you do from then, though, is any of your tools you break, you buy a nicer one. Clearly you use that tool enough to justify buying the nice tool because you broke that, so clearly you're going to need another one. Whereas that like really odd-sized socket that you've had in your toolbox for the last 15 years and still looks like it's brand new because you've used it twice because it's a really weird size, don't buy the better one of that. You used it twice. It doesn't need to be high quality. You barely use it. But it's kind of the same way with like furniture. You get like a really cheap IKEA, you know, coffee table, and if after a year you break it, or like it starts looking real bad because you know, wear and tear and whatever, it's like, all right, well, you clearly get your mileage out of it, get a nicer coffee table. And then if you got like that little side table that it's IKEA and you've had it for 10 years and it still looks fine, you're like, all right, well, that's one I don't need to spend a bunch of money on. But see, that's one of the weird parts of working at a dog daycare stuff. You get a lot of really wealthy people that bring their dogs and just drop like $2,000 to board them while they're out of the country for a week or something. And then you get like the regular everyday people who can't really afford it, but need somewhere for their dog to go. Yeah. Oh yeah, I will agree to that one. The insane, the only piece of furniture to perhaps spend a bit more without doing the like really cheap thing is mattresses on your bed. Yeah, bed mattress. Yeah. Because sleep quality does matter. Because you never cheap out in your boots or your bed, because if you aren't in one, you're in the other. Yeah. Well, no, there's definitely some things to not cheap out on. And I would agree, like, the bed, you don't cheap out on your bed. You don't cheap out on your doctor. You don't cheap out on your dentist. Footwear is probably another one. Like, that one's a weird one. Because I'm not saying go out and, like, buy Nike or whatever, because there's definitely some shoes that you're just paying for the brand name. The shoes themselves are actually not good. Or not appreciably better than the other ones. But then there's definitely, like, the cheap brands that you're getting some pretty lousy shoes that, like, can actively hurt your feet because they're just poorly made or whatever. So there's definitely something to be said there with the shoes. But yeah, you don't cheap out on medical. And I understand, like, if you don't have the means, you don't have the means. But I have definitely had a bad dentist. And yeah, you pay the extra to get a good dentist if that's what's necessary. Because a bad doctor or dentist will cost you way more than a good one. Because you'll be back way more with way more serious problems. You know, everyone hates on them But you love your Crocs? They're great for your feet and back. Yeah, as much as it is a meme to hate on Crocs, I don't have any myself. I think Toom has a pair or two. There is certain situations that are really good, because, like, if you're in a very humid place or a very wet place, because there are, like, a rubberized plastic or similar materials, they don't just get wet and hold that wet to your feet. Like a lot of, you know, like canvas shoes and fabric shoes and all that can. There's that side of things. If you're going to be in a situation where it's extremely humid or wet, it can be nice to have something that A, breathes really well, and B, isn't going to just hold all that moisture to your feet. You know, get yourself like a fungal infection in your feet, which is no fun. Athlete's foot, all that stuff. That's a real genuine concern here in Florida about wearing shoes all day. That you want to try and keep your feet a little bit aired out. Let's see, they were the cheapest you could get into with all the bandages, so you bought them hesitantly, and now you won't look back. Yeah. Now, for me, I do end up wearing a lot of sandals and all that. I didn't used to. I used to wear a lot of, like, tennis shoes, the occasional high tops or whatever. Mostly tennis shoes. But, just one of those things. The number of times those shoes got wet and just soaked through, and then you got stuck walking all day in soaking wet shoes. And you get to the end of the day and your feet are just all cracked and split and just hurt. You're like, you know what? Give me sandals, give me flip-flops, whatever. My feet get wet, who cares? They'll dry out in no time. And if they stay wet, at least it won't be nearly as bad. Wet socks are awful. Not that we don't get to, like, the winter part of the year, and you get those occasional, like, properly cold days. You're gonna make gross foot joke, then you remember what chat is? Yeah, we don't need to gross everyone out. People can let their imaginations and feet problem gross them out plenty. That cursed bag of tricks can handle itself. Alright, this will be just about perfect. We'll finish this right about exactly the middle of the stream. But yeah, so it doesn't seem like we got a lot done, but we really did, considering we were only at this for about 4 hours. We basically knocked our debt down an incredible amount, where we had this huge debt to begin with. I feel like, didn't we get a piece of equipment? I'm trying to remember. I thought we got something. I don't remember what it was. So we got our harvester. We already had that the other day. We had the header for the harvester. Let me just go down the list and see. We restocked that. Maybe we didn't get a piece of equipment. Yeah, no, I guess we didn't get a piece of equipment. Still, we had a, when we started stream, we had a debt of, it was almost like 200,000. No, actually, I think it was more than 200,000 between, yeah, no, it'd be more than 200,000 or like 190 or whatever. So we knocked down our debt over 100,000, which is pretty big considering I'm just running around doing the contracts. We've got our one sad little field. But we're trying to get that debt sorted out real fast. You're curious when you'll get your 2-point key? Might take a while because you won the package with socks and a t-shirt. Gotcha. Yeah, hopefully you get it soon. It's a good game. Like, I am kind of looking forward to finishing the main thing on the stream, or for when it starts to fall off and it's like, okay, well, it needs to go away. Just so I can play it off stream and not feel like I'm taking away from the content, that kind of thing. Because it does happen a lot with the content creation that you'll have that new game that comes out, you'll be like, this is really fun. But like, especially if it's like a story game where there's like a campaign or whatever, and you want to avoid playing it off stream because people want to see you experience things for the first time, yada yada. That's where your good content comes from a lot of the case. So you're like, oh man, I really want to play, but I really just can't. But on the other end of it, it's like, okay, but you know, you want to play more. Then there's games that can be a lot more lax, like a lot of sandboxy games. Those can be relatively fine, where it's like, okay, well, I could play on stream, like the one playthrough, and have my own thing going off stream, and it shouldn't affect the content. Not unless there's like a lot of big reveals, interesting hidden mechanics, yada yada. Like if I did the Tribe Must Survive off stream, that definitely would have detracted from the game on stream, because it's kind of one of those things. The first time you run into the mechanic and you get to experience that and learn from that, it's a whole big thing. But after that, not so much. That's a game I want to circle back to, because they released it, and it's been a long time since I played. For those who don't know, The Tribe Must Survive, it is a colony building game, but it kind of works in these phases, where you're kind of dealing with like an end of world scenario that the darkness is lethal. So as you have your people running around, cutting up the wood and all that, you kind of got to keep the bonfire going in the middle of your camp and have everyone scurry back to it before the darkness sets in. They have to kind of huddle there during the night. You can put like torches out in the periphery so that they can go and keep working in the night, but you got to be careful to make sure like the whole path is lit up. So there's that whole side of it. There's also like, you know, different times where like other disasters, I don't want to spoil them. You know, there's other like dangers, disasters you have to run into. It is a game that does suffer from the situation that the first time you play it, you're probably going to fail just by the nature of you don't know what you need to be focused on to prep for the next phase, because you don't know what it is. But once you've played through and you know the phases, you can prepare for advance and make it a very smooth ride. Or not, I shouldn't say smooth, I don't want to say it's not challenging, but you have a much higher chance of success because then you know what's coming. I will say the last phase is pretty brutal. That it's kind of a lot of how you did earlier on is going to shape how your last phase goes, which is kind of cool. And at playing through the phases is not a super long thing. It's not like you put several hundred hours into a playthrough. I'd say you put like a dozen or so hours in, start to finish, for a run. So it's not quite as fast as Against the Storm round. It's not quite that fast, but it's relatively fast. Against the Storm is also amazing. That's a roguelite city builder. Oh, as The Tribe Must Survive was the first one I was talking about, where the darkness is lethal. It's also got a very weird art style that's kind of fun, where like all your citizens are kind of like silhouettes. Okay, we can go here and money, money, money. Any other really big contracts to worry about? Hold up. That's a cheap sorghum contract. Okay. If one of these other ones for like 3,000 or 4,000 was a sorghum contract or something else you could do that way. Ooh, do I take the 3,000? I think we take the 3,000. I'm not saying a little bit more time before the switch, but a real fast contract where we just blast through at speed with the hoe to get 2,500. That'll give me enough to do 2 payments on my loan, so knock another 10,000 off, which will save us another $100 every month. And that's real fast. I'm not gonna grab the really tiny contract on the other side of the map. If they were close by, I'd have grabbed them both, but they're like literally opposite sides of the map. You should be... Okay, so northeast. That's kind of one of the good or bad things about this game, is you can farm your own stuff, and eventually that does become the more lucrative thing. But earlier game, even if you want to focus on your own farming, it's just so much more lucrative to just do contracts. Because even if they don't pay much per contract kind of thing, if I weren't doing the contracts, it'd be literally like, put down the crop, you know, so like, cultivate, plant, do the hoe, fast forward all the way to harvest it, you know, cultivate, plant, like fast forward to growing thing, cultivate, like that. And you'd get through like 5 or 6 years in the course of one stream. And it'd only be making about 10,000 per round with the field we got. It would work. It'd just be like real, just a lot of fast forwarding. And we're actually doing a decent amount. Like when every time we hit the winter, we're blasting through. Because we probably did 2.5 years in game this stream. Yeah, because we harvested the wheat, or we harvested the barley and replanted and all that. Actually, no, it wouldn't have been quite that long. So let's go here. Daring assist. And this will go real fast. Lethal Darks is such a fun concept. It can explore so little, but it's cool. Yeah. Well, I like Rimworld had that with the Noctil event and the Anomaly finale, which I really appreciated. You had the Try Must Survive, did it. You have like Don't Starve and Don't Starve Together did a whole thing where the darkness would slowly cause you to lose your mind, and that would get you killed. I do enjoy that as a mechanic. There's some that kind of do a light version. Like, it's very common in horror games to have like a sanity mechanic, that as you stay in dark areas, your character starts losing their sanity and all that. Which, it's a little bit more mixed on it. A little bit more nebulous. Even though it is still like, hey, make sure you're near the light long enough. Let's see, Tainted Grail has a mechanic like this, and you love that game? I haven't heard of Tainted Grail before. But yeah, I like it like that. I've talked about, I've been trying to come up with a Rimworld challenge around using the Lethal Darkness mod. For those who don't know Lethal Darkness mod, it's pretty straightforward. Darkness is lethal. If you're standing at it, your character just consistently gets like minor cuts and such to them till they, you know, succumb to it. And it doesn't take long. Those minor cuts add up really fast. Like, it's the same thing that makes it when you get like in the fights with guinea pigs, that even when you win the fight, it's still really easy to lose a lot of pawns even after all the enemies are dead, just because you have so many tiny little cuts that getting people doctored up is just really hard to do in a quick time. It's a card cane. You like those? Really good and interesting, that one. Gotcha. But yeah, so like when you get like the squirrels or the guinea pigs and they just like tear you up, that you finish the fight and everything seems fine, and the person's like, oh, they've got 12 hours, so they bleed out. It's like, okay, that should be fine. And your doctor's sitting there and you're just watching that time go down. You're like, that's gonna stop going down at some point, right? As I just keep bandaging like a couple of the cuts at a time, and there's just so many. And you usually get the first one you help, but when everyone's got those kind of injuries because things got messy, you just end up losing a bunch of people to bleed outs from just the sheer volume of injuries. Especially if your doctor's one of the ones that gets torn up. Which is one of the reasons why people use stuff like kill boxes and choke points to control who's the one getting shredded. Honestly, 30 grizzlies is better than 100 guinea pigs. In a lot of cases, yeah. It depends on your defensive setup. There are definitely defensive setups that you can force it into like one at a time. And usually those, the smaller animals aren't that big an issue. Like that one you have to worry about like mood breaks because your people are just getting tired and hungry and recreation's getting low by how long it takes to kill everything. But yeah, like in a straight up fight where it's just open to open, I'd probably take the Grizzlies. Like, they certainly can do more damage per hit and all that. Or when the game decides collision doesn't matter. There's ways you can mitigate that. Usually the best way is near the entrance to whatever your defensive choke point is. Especially if you have like a little tunnel or whatever. Put behind a door, facing the path that the enemies are going to take. Put a unpowered sentry gun, because it causes them to go into combat, which should prevent them from piling through. Now, granted, if it's not far enough back, you can get that weird thing where the enemies go into combat and they just gotta like expand out into your defensive line. I've lost multiple colonies to that one, where if they would have been registered in combat, it would have been fine, but because they weren't, they try to expand to make room, and if there isn't, it will literally shove your melee pawns out of the way to make that room. And so then suddenly they're in your ranged people and just you fall over dead because all your damage is gone. Those are the types of deaths that when that happens, I get pretty salty about it, because like, hey, you know, this isn't supposed to be how this works. It's because you have to do some hand-waving efficiency for optimization purposes with pathing, and that it doesn't register as being in combat soon enough that these weird side effects happen. Which you get it. They gotta do optimization. I understand that. Especially when you're talking those raw numbers of like literally hundreds of enemies. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about that cultivating contract. It's not a bad one. We didn't have anything in the harvesting and all that. So I will advance the day just to have the day done. So when we come back, I can look and be like, it's a fresh day, we're good, and all that. But unless we see like the next hat just like on sale, we'll be ready to like flip the game here. And it is not, in case anyone's keeping notes, the next hat is not on sale today. We can worry about that later. Yeah, so when we get back, next time we play, we can harvest that. Or sorry, not harvest, we can hoe the field. Not getting like any harvesting options. We still do have that cultivating one. We'll see if that stays there. But with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, it's literally just saving the content right now. So what we can do here is we are going to be switching games. So if you're watching over on YouTube, what's going to end up happening is the stream will go down for a couple of minutes while I do switch games. That's just the nature of the beast. Over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm just going to take the chance to do that switch, because we'll be switching over to 2 Point Museum and doing that good stuff. So bear with me. We're going to have this going to play